Oh man, we live, baby. We live. We lit, baby. We lit. What's really good, family tree? If you are up in the building with me, simply hit the like button right now because we're about to do a show. Okay. Apologies for the lateness of this particular show. Of course, it's Good Friday, and boy, I was struggling. I can't lie. I was struggling whether to put this show on or not. Because, you have to celebrate. So, family tree, if you're here right now, I've got some of you guys were talking about you want us to do a show. And I'm like, yo, okay, cool. We can do a show. So we're going to be doing a show. And I want it to be crowd participation, meaning I want you guys to come on in. I will be sharing you guys a link where you guys can, off the rip, can have a conversation and we can discuss some stuff. I know a few of you guys wanted to discuss a few things. My phone has been belling off. Just everybody been ringing me, be like, Ross, I swear, I didn't know this, I didn't know that. Tell me more. I'm like, okay, cool. We can just do a discussion show so you guys can come in and do that. All right, so that is the plan. What's good? William Randall's up in the building and Philly Realtor Pro as well. So I really wanted to do something just to get you guys wetted. Pause. To whet your appetites, okay? And with that being said, you guys wanted to go back into the historical Muhammad stuff, and we're going to be dealing with that a little bit. Again, for those of you guys who are new to the channel, right? I haven't even got this lined up, to be honest with you. We know that there is a problem with the chronology when it comes to Islam. Most people think, no, there's no problem with the chronology because why? There is a standard Islamic narrative. The standard Islamic narrative will tell you that Muhammad was born in the year of the elephant, which was in 570 AD. And yeah, cool. So that's the religious aspect, 570 AD. Now, academia will tell you, hold on, we actually have archaeological records of Abraha, the king who was supposed to be there, the year of the elephant and so forth. And it goes back to 548 AD. So, it's not, the math is not mathing up historically. Cool. That's one side of things. Another side of things, we have the issues of when was Muhammad of Islam born. So you will see that there is various different dates that's been proposed. Some propose that he was born 40 years after the year of the elephant. Some say 30 years, some say 15, 23 years before the year of the elephant, 15 years after the year. So there's a whole range of things, okay, in terms of dating. When did this event in history occur? And of course, when we're dealing with history, we have to deal with chronology, timing. When did certain events take place so we can place it in a point within inside of a timeline of history? Cool. So all Islamic scholars in the field of Islamic studies know that there is a problem with this, okay? Absolutely know there's a problem. If anybody want to say something different, it's either you're uninformed or you're just lying, okay? There is clearly an issue. So with there being an issue with the chronology, I said to myself personally, how can we, situate this individual? How can we find this individual within inside of history? And the best way to do this is to see what events, what things were being spoken about. So we have things such as a king, right? A king, the king that, took in, the Muslims, the followers of Islam, etc. He was Ethiopian, blah, 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 blah. Yep, we have that narrative. Cool. So it shouldn't be difficult to find him. What was his name? It's just that simple. We can find, was it King Charles? Was it Queen Elizabeth? Was it Queen Victoria? Was it, just give us the king's name. And then that way we can just situate, because we know when one king ruled to the end of their reign, basically. So we can just situate things in history. It's not a problem. Problem with this is when you go into the early narratives of the historical records, let's start off with Urwa ibn al-Zubair. I might be saying names for some of you guys, you lot don't know these things. But yeah, Urwa ibn al-Zubair, we've got his letters, okay, to the King Abdul Malik. And we find that the king's name is completely anonymous. Like, we don't know the name of this king. It just says the Negus. We know that the Umayyads were heavy on suppressing names and distorting things. So clearly, that had to be suppressed, because that is a king that Muslims were, they were with. In terms of when Islam came to them, they were with the Ethiopian king, the Negus, the Najashi, much longer than they were with the Prophet of Islam. Why do I say that? The years are a bit, conflated. Some say it's 613, or the others say 615. So from 613 or 615 till 630, they were with this king, living with him, neighbors with him, etc. So surely we must have some details about this particular king, right? And we find that the name is anonymous. Later on in history, roughly, Tabari is recording Ibn Asaq talking about this king, and now he's been given an Arabic name, As-Sahamma ibn Abjar. Cool. And now scholars of today, even though it's an Arabic name, they say, oh, it must be a Arabizing of an Ethiopian king, basically. And they go back and they search for this and they look and okay, let me actually do this. Let me give you a nice example of this. Let's just type in Negus. Let's type in Najashi or Negus. Just type in Najashi. And then we'll just do a quick Wikipedia on this, just so you guys can have something as I'm talking. Cool. So over here, we now have the Negus, Najashi, blah, blah, blah. The Najashi reigned for 17 years. They now say, basically, Arabic sources state that the king's name was El Sahama, where it doesn't say that at all. But anyways, written as a variant name as Ashama and Asbeha. The Ethiopian regional list records multiple kings named Saham or El Saham, but all of them are reigned before Caleb, i.e. in the early 6th century, and are too early in the chronology for any of their reigns to coincide with the migration to Abyssinia. Ethiopian sources instead state that a different king named Adrius was a contemporary of Prophet Muhammad, and unpublished manuscript dates his reign 603 to 623, according to Alakate Gabra Meriam. The Muslims' migration took place in 620 and coincides with the reign of Adrius. All of this is completely incorrect, but I'm not even going to go there. Let's just take that as gospel. So, so then clearly we have a name called Ashama ibn Abjar. So we must find an Abjar as a king. We have to find an Asama as a king and so forth. But really and truly, none of this has ever been found for the last 1,000 years of Islamic history. This stuff has not been found. This stuff has not been verified at all. So, we know this isn't verified. We know that scholars of these day and age are scrambling to try to, how can I put it, do an apologetic and give something to say who this king was, etc. But none of it at all is historical. That is the problem. Now, of course, that's the standard Islamic narrative. Kalam, on the other hand, utilizes something called the historical critical methodology. And utilizing the historical critical methodology, I was able to pinpoint exactly who this king was. And sometimes I just think to myself, what is going on in academia that somebody who is not formally a part of academia like that, such as myself, can come on in and do leaps and bounds, and you lot are still like stumbling in the darkness? It just doesn't make no sense to me. Doesn't make no sense. It's either, I don't know. I don't even want to say anything. Let's just say it just doesn't make no sense to me. 'Cause this is just light work. This is just light work. But anyways, so as I said to you guys, yeah, I want to do something where we're gonna do is let's find this Ethiopian king. I want my Muslim scholars and my Muslims to come on in and tell me who this Ethiopian king was that took in the Muslims. We must find something. This particular king is said to have converted to the religion of Islam. We must find something about this king. Surely, we must find something, right? But anyways, let me quickly run this up. Ooh. Yeah, let's run this up. So let's get you into the StreamYard link, everybody. It's going to be a quick show, unfortunately, because I'm a bit tired. I can't lie. Let's go. So I don't want to do no teaching, really and truly. I just want to come on in and have a good conversation with you guys, see where you guys are at. So let me just shout out everybody. So again, we got Philly up in here. Prima Scriptura is up in here. I am uninformed. Please tell us. Ankoma Jed said the proper Negus would either be, I can't wait, smash the like button. Come on, people. Come on, family tree. Let's hit it. Caleb, Gebra Mescal, or Israel of Aksum. And I say it's none of those, to be honest with you. Absolutely none of those. And I love what you've done there, because what you've done, and Komajed, is basically... actually, no, I don't know what you've done. I've seen that you've gone through, basically, from the time of Caleb, you've named the kings that reigned directly after Caleb, including Caleb. So Caleb, Gebra Meskel, and Beta Israel of Aksum as well, or Israel of Aksum. So I've seen that you've done that. So it's always good to kind of figure out what is the methodology that we're coming to make these conclusions. Again, you guys come on in. I'm only doing this show here because you lot have been asking me. Let me just make sure. Hey, you guys are watching my live. Splendid. Cool. Let me just make sure I send a hot message to make sure that you guys are actually tuned in. And then somebody else, is this Facebook, that they wanted to actually present some information as well. So I'm literally doing this for you guys to come on in to do your stuff. Man like Asim. All right, cool. So anyways, all right, let's get back to it then. Let's literally get back to it. So again, it's going to be a quick one if you lot are not jumping in. And we'll do this. I'm ready to put up money on this, you know. Wallahi, I'm ready to put up money on this. As I said, we can go M for M and we can go band for band. And the first trick I want you lot to the first hurdle that I need everybody to get over is to prove to me your king under your Muhammad. All right, so we've got Ankoma Jed up in the building. Let me get you on here. I believe this is the brother. Brother, do you have a YouTube channel, right?
Yes,
Perfect. I think I'm following this brother. Like, very interesting conversations on there, especially to do with Ethiopian history, in terms of Haile Selassie, all of that. So I loved going through and seeing what you had to actually offer and bring. Anyways, brother, come on, talk to me, man. Talk to me. What are we saying?
Well, yeah, you hearing me good there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I recently see that you've been going through this kind of information with the Ethiopian Arabian connection. And it's something that I come across a little while back now, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When I was going through the history of Yusuf Dunuwasi, who was the kind of Jewish kind of leader. Mm-hmm. And he was persecuting the Christians at Najran, and then Caleb come to do a military expedition against him and XYZ. And then the thing now, I've been listening to your thesis, what you put together, right? And basically, you're saying that the king, the Negus, that the Najashi identify him as Abraha and put in basically the Habashat in southern Arabia, right? Which is a good, which that's something feasible to say, you know. I mean, if you understand the thing, but what I'm trying to say now, the individual that you considering as the Muhammad would have to fit inside of that inside of that chronology. You understand what I'm saying? So it come like you're gonna have to try to find who would be. You have to build your alternative chronology to that hypothesis. Then, if you're saying that the year the elephant is not 570, when and some of these kind of things, no, you know what I mean. We had to find out if the military expedition against the Kaaba, what Abraha do with elephants in the contingency, if that is a historical event, and basically, yeah, if it's a historical or mythological event. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. So, for those of you guys who don't know, I already say that is a mythological event through and through. I would literally have to do a whole show on the year of the elephant, but some of you guys have been asking a few questions, so I would love to just bring something up real quickly. Let's just do that. Bear with me. No, here we go. Adobe. Let's see. Where do we have anything to do with that? Bear with me. Bear with me. I don't even think I have anything lined up right now. You know what? Let's go and do a quick search. Quick search. I believe Kister is my guy for this one. Some reports concerning Mecca. Let's try that one. All right, then there you go. Okay, cool. Let's go back up a little bit. All right. So some of you guys may not know some of this stuff, right? And this is why I always say, like, let's just go to academia and see what academia. Oh, sorry. I just realized you can't see this in Ancoma. Are you on the YouTube?
No, I in the stream, yeah.
Are you in the stream? All right, let me present this as well then. Let me share screen. Window, Kista, boom. Okay. So yeah, you guys should be able to see it as well as YouTube can see this. So this particular article is by Kista, and it is to do with. It's called some reports concerning Mecca, and in here, it has the different stories. I love it because it actually has compiled the different stories of the year of the elephant, and then we're going to go through it. I'm going to just show you. I'm going to show you some inconsistencies in there. So you have Mukatil, who is basically, he's well renowned. He's a good tafsir, early producer of tafsir writings, basically. And anyways, it says here about the following two expeditions of Abraha al-Ashram al-Yemeni against Mecca. The first one was headed by Abu Yaksum ibn Abraha in order to destroy the Kaaba and establish the elephant as object of worship. This expedition failed. Any Ethiopian, any Christian, any Rastaman will be like, what do you mean Isn't this an Ethiopian Christian? What do you mean he was trying to make the elephant an object of worship? Anyways, just keep that in the back of your head for now. Anyways,
Here what I was saying, Callum.
mhm,
It, yes, the what in the inscription on the Marib Dam, then
mhm,
right, same CH, the 451,
mhm.
right. I think it is talk about he does say that how he dispersed the Ethiopians and the Himyarites that he come with because of some plague or
Yes,
like and modern scholarship I think they say is like smallpox or
yeah,
some kind of disease or whatever it is.
the
But
Justinian plague.
so,
Yeah,
yeah. So what they say now is they come like in Alfield and when they're talking about the bird come with the stones and strike the elephants and whatnot. It come like it's just it could be like a mythological embellishment onto the historical military campaigns that Abraha was doing, which is
I,
actual
I,
history now.
I don't even give him that. I don't even
But
give them that.
you disagree that Ethiopia was across there doing military campaign.
No, I
That's
agreed. I agreed that they were doing military campaign. I just
right.
don't.
So
I
there's
just
just the echo of that in Alfield. It's just you understand what I say. It's not like that really happened and
yeah.
no but the historical memory of the Ethiopian campaigns in Arabia,
Yep.
is that what they're talking about there, however it is now.
That's the exegesis. So that's the exegesis. That's the commentary. That's the history they want to paint. That it says the companion of Al-Fil. Now, we've translated the word fil to mean elephant, right? The word fil has a broader linguistic meaning than just an elephant, basically. But it's been translated as an elephant. And with that, again, we now know that the only individuals for the Arab exegesis people were saying, yeah, the companions of the elephant would obviously be the Ethiopians. So therefore, this chapter is talking about the Ethiopians and when they came in and conquered or attempted to conquer Mecca and so forth. And then, God sent these birds to miraculously, pelt them with stones and so forth. I personally disagree with the interpretation. I personally disagree with the meanings ascribed to that particular surah. Now, for me to, I haven't brought this up because it takes a long time to prove my point. To prove a point, like I see other brothers here, they'll be saying stuff, and nobody will ever fact check them on the things that they say. But the moment I say something, I already know you lot are definitely going to be like, nah, Callum, I don't believe that. I don't agree with that. Then I'll have to bring out the linguistics and show to you that this is not talking about that at all. This is talking about something. If you look at the Quran verse, it says, have you not seen? I.e., whoever I'm speaking to you right now, have you not seen? It's got nothing to do with something that happened, 40 odd years, 50 odd years, 60 odd years in the past. It's talking about something that's going on right now. Have you not
I ain't
seen?
think so, man. That would be that up for debate because
100%.
that come like if you're saying you never see what you can't remember what happened in 9/11 or something like that. You understand what I
Mm-hmm.
say?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same manner of speech then. Have you not seen what happened to the Black Panthers when they was trying to be militant or something? We had to take our next route. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? It's come like well I would think so.
Yeah. And then the question is, so, I'll have to give it to you. I'm not even going to drop it now. I'll let that be a surprise for later on, right? But we will now have to be like, these people actually witness birds, coming and dropping, what's it called, rocks of clay onto the Ethiopians. So these people have actually seen this. Some of these people wouldn't have even been alive during that time frame because they would have passed away. So, for example, Abdul Muttalib had passed away.
Mhm.
Um, so,
To me, it sounded like if that's just like a story where they're talking about the way they kept putting it, like if they had it as a literal thing and a contemporary event.
mhm.
I think that kind of more force feeding it in that direction, because they come like the what the story saying, I'll feel is say, have you not seen what happened to the companions of the elephant, or when they come against Mecca and whatever, how Allah send some birds with stone and disperse them and whatever it is now, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody want to take that as a literal rendition of history like that happened.
No.
But in the historical record, in the inscriptions and whatever, the allusion to the Ethiopian army getting dispersed is when he talking about, oh, it had a plague breakout in the camp, or and they had to dismiss people and say yo thing whatever it is. So that could represent a aborted military campaign then. You understand? In the historical memory
Yeah.
that our army gathered, and then something happened to them last minute,
Mm-hmm.
and then they had to disperse.
I would say we've done a lot of eisegesis. So the problem is we're reading in the Ethiopians into the text when the text is not mentioning the Ethiopians. We're now saying it's to do with the Ethiopians because elephants are mentioned, right? And then we know that Africans have elephants. So now we're reading that into the text. And then, a failed expedition, there wasn't no failed expedition. I know you're very aware of this stuff. So you know that, no, Abraha did not fail in any of his expeditions that we're aware of. He conquered and he left his monuments to say, I have subdued X, Y, and Z tribe. I've subdued the Mad tribe. I've subdued the Taglib tribe. I've subdued the Sasa tribe. I've subdued them all when I marched out against them. So, but anyways, I don't want to go there. Let's quickly carry on. So I'll just show you that, we're attributing it, but we don't even understand that there is multiple stories of the elephant. So that's what I wanted to get across first. The second one occurred after some Qurayshites came to a Christian church called Al-Hakal, called by the Najashi Masir Hassan, sat down to roast meat, forgot to extinguish the fire, and as a result, the church went up in flames. This happened a year or two after the first expedition and was the cause for the second expedition. Okay, cool. So we now find out that there wasn't just one expedition of the elephant. There was two expeditions of the elephant. The first one was for them to worship the elephant, which supposedly failed. The second one was because some Qurayshi burned down the church because they were roasting some meat. Cool. Let me continue. This happened a year or two after the first expedition and was the cause for the second expedition. When the Najashi was informed about the burning of the church, he became enraged and decided to go out against Mecca. Hujr ibn Shuharil al-Kindi, Abu Yaqsum al-Kindi, and Abraha ibn al-Sahaba promised him their help. It was the Najashi who headed the expedition, who talked with Abdul Muttalib and returned him the seized herds. So, this second expedition is nothing to do with Abraha in terms of him going out. It was the Najashi. Cool. Let's just quickly carry on a little bit more. And it says here, Ibn Ishaq gives a different version in his Mubtada. The grandson of Abraha, the king of the Habash, the son of his daughter, Aksum ibn al-Saba, came to pilgrim to Mecca. On his way back, he stopped in a church in Najran. There he was attacked by men from Mecca who robbed his luggage and looted the church. When the grandfather heard about it from his grandson, he sent against Mecca an army of 20,000 men headed by Shamir ibn Maqsud. So far we have three narrations, three stories of the year of the elephant or the cause of the elephant. Which one is real and which one is fake? Or which one is historical? Was it the Najashi marching on Mecca? Was it when Abraham marched on Mecca? Or was it when Abu Shamir marched on Mecca? Which one is it? Who was the protagonist? What was the motivation behind them going into Mecca?
Well, that's why I thinking is a conflation of the history, right, with Islamic tradition.
Hmm.
So the you see, like when they had when the people and them, they really did attack the Sana Cathedral, but they were he was trying to divert pilgrimage supposedly. So he was trying to establish the Ethiopian monophysite thing in Saudi Arabia as the main thing, however, to divert. And then so they damage it, and then they saying, so all right, is that historical to you? This where we have to think then. So it's like, is the cathedral at Sana and the destruction of it a historical event, or is that a mythological event?
That there is a mythological event when it comes to the timing. Like all of this timing right now, this is mythology. This isn't, well, I shouldn't say mythology. This is just stories that were made up to try to explain what happened. It's based upon, I don't want to say vague memories, but it's based upon something. They knew that there was some type of fire that happened that burned down the churches. This is going back to Zun Nuas. That was his time when he did burn down the churches. He did burn a lot of the martyrs of Najran and other places like that. That really did happen. Okay.
Well, that's why that's not that in the chronology. That's why we have to deal with the chronology to place everything, even your with your thesis or what you bring in and say, and you come like a revising the standard
Yes.
narrative, right? Okay,
Yes.
which is fine because the standard narrative is just the Islamic tradition
Correct.
so far, because they kind of have a monopoly over the Arabian information kind of thing, or whatever not, right?
Hmm.
So basically, Dunuwas, the end of Dunuwas is like what 525,
Yeah.
right? That's
Hmm.
when around 525 or whatever.
Yeah.
The end of Ethiopian occupation or control of Arabia is the date they just give is 570
Hmm.
when the Sassanians come in. You agree with that date?
No, that's based on, it's not even based upon when the Sassanids came in. It's based upon when Muhammad was born.
No, that's just coincidental with in history. They
Hmm.
say the Sassanians come in 570, and I noticed that's when they claim is the year of the elephant, and they
Yeah,
claim that that's when Muhammad born.
that's why
But in
I would always have to
but
say,
all right, so
where do we get the year
historically, then
570 from?
what you put forward as when the Persians kick out the Ethiopians out of Arabia. What date then?
Sorry, say again.
I say like what date you would place then on when the Sassanians kick out the Ethiopians out of Arabia?
I don't even think that happened. I don't have any. Wait, let me put it like this. I don't have any substantial evidence that this actually took place in history. All we have is the accounts. Ooh, who's echoing?
Mm.
So, yeah, all we have is the accounts of the Islamic records that the historians are trying to make sense of and saying this took place. I think there is one something that took place roughly around 575 or something like that. They give us some date. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, give us something that actually substantiates this. Because
I
so far,
think
we
I
don't have
think
anything.
if we want to deal with the outside sources,
Hmm.
it, what's the name again? I don't want to be saying the wrong thing.
Callum, or Kalam.
Kalam,
Hmm.
right? So you see, like, if we want to deal with the outside of the Islamic sources or their tradition, the only things what we could deal with is the Ethiopic records and the Roman records. Then,
Yeah,
like, or certain things to. So is I understand what you're saying, like, but it come like it have history that was going on in these places. So if we say in this historical fact that Abraha and these people exist, and that's not that's not a mythology. We know Ethiopia used to control it, have
that's
physical evidence, XYZ.
that's right.
So it had a point in time when they had suzerainty, and then it had a point in time when they did not, or when it was when they were pushed back by historically the narrative is the Persian Empire did come and, you understand, true. It's not even
That's
a narrative because they have
so the question.
documents and letters of certain tribes people inviting the Persians to link with them to kick out the Ethiopians
So
out of the land or wherever
the,
it is.
the question is, where do we get that narrative from?
I think in this part, is not narrative. I think that is like that is like historical document. I think,
So
you know what I
what is
mean.
source material for that historical information?
In terms of saying that they had, so the Arabian tribe people inviting the Persians to come and kick
Yeah,
out
yeah.
the thing.
Hmm.
I might have to refer to it, but I think I could probably try to pull that up on the side while you're
Yeah,
going
yeah, yeah.
through or
Go
something.
ahead, go ahead. As far as I know,
Or
this is
something.
coming from the Syria literature. So the Syria literature does that, and it tells you that there is a particular king that came in afterwards, which was Zu Yasan or Saifu or Saif, and so forth. Now,
I believe it's Khosrow the first who kick out the Ethiopians out of
Khusro, yep.
Khosrow from Persia.
So they
Yeah.
say. So if you go by the Islamic narrative, you have the two sons of Abraha that ruled for a certain period of time after his death.
I
So
remember
they ruled. I think in total, the ruling of the Ethiopians, according to the Islamic records, is 70 years. So let's say 70 years from the time of Abraha. That's how they kind of say that's how long they were ruling for. Or you could even
Well,
say,
according to my reading, then it come like it would have be 55. Because if we take 525 as the date when they come,
mhm,
and then 570 as the date when they get pushed back,
mhm,
that come like it's a 55-year period of time kind
yeah,
of thing.
mhm,
But if you're objecting to that, then what you putting forward as your alternative chronology of events, that's what I mean.
yeah. So we do have the alternative chronology to a certain extent. After a certain time period, we realize that hold on, everything kind of goes blank in the sense that
On a call, yeah.
so in terms of records from Abraha, I think roughly around 560 AD, everything kind of goes blank. So we don't have anything going onwards. All we have to do now is rely on the Islamic sources. And that's what a lot of the historians have started to do. They've relied on the Islamic sources without any verification. And it's like
Well,
that is not how you do history. So it's like I'm always wondering, why is that the case? Why are we now saying yes, Abraha failed in his expedition against Mecca, and that's become historical? That like in history, they've written that down as part of history. It's like
I
how?
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying where it come like the Islamic tradition overwhelming the sources so that it becoming like if that's history, meanwhile it's mythological.
Hmm.
That that is a position, could be thing, but what I'm saying is it come like considering it like if it could be an embellishment or a mythological embellishment of some kind of historical nugget in between. We would see the nugget where he might have said he make a thing against Mecca. You say, so you saying when the story about Sana, because I have a like picture where they say in the foundation of the Sana Cathedral is it's still around today and like the found you
Yeah,
understand what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
it come like
We see that.
some,
Yeah.
yeah, you might have the cathedral and XYZ, and then so it might be that thing about the attack on Mecca might possibly be in the that might just be a kind of historical um memory of like the religious fighting with it had be even between Dunuwas and Caleb and them
Mhm.
because Dunuwas and them had the monotheistic Judaic faith or whatever going on down there for
Mhm.
a little while before too.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a brand new thing or nothing either. So they had them kind of fighting going on.
Mhm.
So that might be that now. But in terms of why you say in the Negus it's Abraha and in Habashat now, like what what solidifying your position that the Habashat is the South Arabian Habashat and not the mainland African Habashat?
In in regards to what? Sorry. In
In regard to the Hijra, I believe, when you
oh,
say,
so in regards to the Hijra. Okay, cool. So again, let's go into some academic stuff now. Do. 1 second. Where are you? So, do you have Meccan Trade by Patricia Crone?
I think I had that same PDF. That's the one was saying about some commentaries about the Negus, and it have a couple renditions of different thing. I had a PDF, man. I was going through that like a little that,
Yeah.
a little recently. I was reading through them thing recently.
All right. Let's see what we've got here. And Qurayshi traders were apparently numerous there. Qurayshi traders also visited the annual fair of Habasha, 6 days' journey to the south of Mecca in the territory of Barik and Azdi tribe. Some of, then brought cloth here. Trading in the Yemen would thus seem to have meant trading in the area between Mecca and Najran, on the fringes of the land occupied by Ethiopians and Persians, rather than in the Yemen itself. Okay, so I want us to, if you go there, she goes into a whole depth of figuring out, what trade was taking place, whether it's cloth trades, whether it's leather trades, whether it's, certain spices, perfumes, etc., going through the Islamic records, seeing who was trading, what they were trading, and so forth. So already, let's just get into our minds the geography. When we're talking about Yemen in the Islamic records, we're talking about the area between Mecca and Najran. Mecca and Najran. That's the area of Yemen. Let's see if I can quickly, Google. Do I need to Google
No,
it?
she's saying there that Mecca and Najran on the northern perimeter of Yemen and not Yemen proper. That's what she's saying in that center.
Yeah, she's saying that when the Muslims are referring to Yemen, they're not talking about Yemen proper, but the area between Mecca and Najran was considered to be Yemen. So I'll read it again so you can see it. Trading in Yemen would thus seem to have meant trading in the area between Mecca and Najran on the fringes of the lands occupied by Ethiopians and Persians, rather than in the Yemen itself.
This is in the perception of the northern Arabian tribes or something.
Yes.
Like what was it called? Like that's who she referring to.
She's referring to like the hadith, whoever's writing the hadiths, and they're talking about Mecca, the Meccans, and where they traded and what they traded. That's what it's in reference to. But we're gonna get it's gonna get a bit more interesting now. All right, let's quickly go through. Ethiopia is a problematic case. 1 second. Where is this? Where's this file? Okay, cool. All right. Ethiopia is a problematic case. It is identified as a Qurayshi matjor of some importance in both Ibn al-Kalbi's account and elsewhere. Yet there is practically no concrete evidence on the trade in question. I repeat, there is no concrete evidence of trade in Ethiopia. Okay. One story has Qurayshi traders return from Ethiopia via the Yemen, but some hold the traders in question never to have gone further than the Yemen. So I want to quickly go through to the main points. Okay, it's all on here. So those of you guys, you can still pause the screen and go through and read whatever we're reading. Here it goes. There is no information on where the traders went in Ethiopia. The name of Adulis, the famous Ethiopian port, is unknown to the sources on pre-Islamic Arabia and the rise of Islam. And though all the stories on Qurayshis in Ethiopia, be it as traders or as diplomats involved in Negus, the traditions also fail to mention Aksum. In fact, it would seem to be wholly ignorant of Ethiopian place names. Hashim dies in Gaza, Matalib makes it to Radman in Ibn al-Kalbi's Elaf tradition, but their brothers Abdul Shams is dispatched to Mecca itself. Let's quickly carry on. Okay, how then are we to envisage the trade between Mecca and Ethiopia? One suggestion is that it was the Ethiopians who came to Mecca. That's one suggestion. Let's quickly get over to, good stuffs. And the Makhzum quarter in Mecca is said to have been Darul Uluj, at which Ethiopians were to be found. Residues of Abraha's army are also supposed to have stayed behind in Mecca, working as craftsmen and shepherds. Some, though not all of these stories, could be taken to reflect the presence in Mecca of Ethiopian freedmen rather than free traders. The tradition is at all events adamant that the Meccans visited Ethiopia itself, where they had dealings with its rulers. The suggestion that Ethiopian traders would visit Mecca thus does not dispose of the problem. Wow, I can't read this properly. Apologies. Anyways, another possibility would be that Meccan trade with Ethiopia was not trade with Ethiopia at all, but rather one with the Yemen under Ethiopian rule. It is the same clan Makhzum, which is associated with trade in both Ethiopia and the Yemen, and given the dearth of information on the Ethiopia trade, it is odd that some sources should present Meccan trade as one with Syria and Ethiopia, or Syria, Egypt, and Ethiopia to the exclusion of the Yemen. If Habasha here meant Abyssinians who happened to be in the Yemen rather than Abyssinia itself, the claim would be less odd. But though one source duly identifies the rulers from whom Quraysh obtained permission to trade the Yemen as the Abyssinian, the tradition does not go so far as to conflate this ruler or other rulers of the Yemen with the Negus himself. Moreover, it consists that the Quraysh would cross the sea to get to Ethiopia. This solution is thus unsatisfactory. It continues to give a third problem. If Qurayshi trade with Ethiopia was conducted by a diaspora in Yemen, it would be less odd that the tradition remembers nothing about it except the facts that it existed. Again, this explanation must be set the fact that some accounts present the Ethiopia trade as an extension of Meccan links with Byzantine, Syria, etc. Blah, 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 blah. Let me quickly see if we can get some good stuff. Cool. Yeah, this is good stuff here anyways. What makes the problem so intractable is the fact that Ethiopia is extraordinarily prominent from a political and religious point of view in the traditions on the rise of Islam. Ethiopia is here a land beyond the sea in which both Muslims and non-Muslims will seek refuge, and the ruler of which is familiar to all, though especially to the Muslims. He receives them, refuses to hand them over, and in due course converts to Islam as the only foreign ruler to accept Muhammad's invitation to adopt the new religion. This fits well with the fact that there is a large number of Ethiopian loanwords in Arabic relating above all to things religious, though many or most could in principle be South Arabian too. But it is not easy to say what sort of historical relations this evidence reflects. It is customary to explain it with reference to commercial links, a venerable approach inasmuch as early Muslim scholars did the same. But hardly any of the loanwords are commercial terms. The overwhelming majority entered the Arabic via the Quran. For all that, Muhammad supposedly neither traded in Ethiopia nor went there as a refugee, and practically nothing is known to the tradition about the trade that they are supposed to reflect. It would thus appear misguided to stretch such evidence as we have on trade in order to explain the mysterious Ethiopian link. This link being more likely to explain the evidence on trade when or if it is identified. Meanwhile, one can only say that however we are to envisage Qurayshite trade with Ethiopia, it is unlikely to have played a major role in the Meccan economy. So, I know we've read through a lot there, right? But what the author is saying, and I'm open for you lot to correct me if I'm wrong. During the time of Islam, prior to Islam, there seems to be no knowledge no connection to mainland Ethiopia at all. None. They don't know about Adulis.
Repeat that for me again, King. What you
Okay,
know, say it.
let me actually repeat it, but with it on my screen so I can actually make sure that I am correct in what I'm saying. Okay. Okay. There is no information. Yeah. To summarize this, there is no information on where the traders went in Ethiopia. The name of Adulis, the famous Ethiopian port, is unknown to the sources on pre-Islamic Arabia and the rise of Islam. So, Muslims claim they went to Ethiopia, but there is literally nothing in pre-Islamic Arabia and during the rise of Islam that knows anything to do with mainland Ethiopia, i.e. Adulis, i.e. Aksum.
I would have to disagree. I would have to disagree with that because as far like Stuart Monroe, hey, you would know him. He do the work on Aksum and thing. He does let you know it have the first Ethiopian ruler to go across and start to colonize Arabia is a man named Gadarat. GDR is the consonants in understand. So and that's in the 1st century AD in this chronology. So and many times all throughout then go building up. Probably it pinnacle. I wouldn't even want to say it probably did pinnacle under Abraha where he take over, as you say, the inscription Tiamat and Ma'ad and all them place they up quite up on top is where the names say in the inscriptions that he subdued them militarily, wherever it is. But it always had all down there where Kataban and Hadramot and Saba and all them play. And Aksum used to be across there contending as a thing and at certain times used to control them. So it all if they saying the source is mute, so that mean it have no evidence of trade. That it is a kind of that ain't really so firm like that because we know that the Ethiopians since let me say all 500 years prior to these events in the 6th century what we talking about. Since quite then they interfacing with these people and thing. You know
Indeed.
what I mean?
They're definitely interfacing. But you have to see what the author is saying. The author is saying that you see when you're talking about they're going to Habesha, we're not talking about mainland Ethiopia, the port of Adulis, the city of Aksum. They themselves are not referring to that. They're referring to let me scroll up. Let me scroll up quickly. They're referring to Meccan trade with Ethiopia. It's not mainland Ethiopia at all. Rather, it's one with the Yemen under Ethiopian rule. So Yemen proper at that time was called Habasha. Then you're going to say, Cal, like, what are you talking about? And I thought I brought this. I don't know if I have this now, but I will show it to you maybe another time. Where
I seen that before.
Oh, you saw it before, yeah?
That plausible. When I mean in my own reading, that see that it have a shot as certain areas in South in Saudi Arabia, and certain people argue for that, or whatever it is. But I suppose what it coming down to is like, if it is what I'm trying to get an idea your alternative chronology that you're putting forward then, because you say in certain years, certain dates, and certain like you say in the year the elephant is not 570. So then that would the year the elephant is not a thing, or whatever it is, but like all right. So let me say you're saying the Islamic Muhammad, right? That person that when is his nativity then? When is his birthday then?
That's the question, right? So I'm saying to my Muslims, when was it? Okay, don't give me the traditional date of 570 because then you'll have to prove that in history, i.e., you'll have to now prove the year of the elephant. You now have to prove the year of the elephant actually took place in 570 AD underneath Abraha. We don't have any inscriptions of Abraha beyond the year 560 AD. So you're going to have to prove when this year of the elephant did take place. That's number one. And then you have to now prove which year of the elephant took place. Was it the one underneath the Najashi? And if this was the Najashi that was around with Abraha, is this the Najashi Caleb? And if it is the Najashi Caleb, are we talking about the year 525 is when your year of the elephant was? So when was it exactly? Then you will see, which I've showed before, they give you different times. Muhammad was born on the day of the year of the elephant. He was born in the year of the elephant. A few months later in the year of the elephant. He was born 15 years prior to the year of the elephant. He was born 30 years prior to the year of the elephant, and certain amount of years after 23 years after the year of the elephant. So you have a whole
that in different traditions. Those are different accounts in different traditions, you're saying?
Correct. So we have such an array that nobody really knows. Okay. Western scholarship is just like said, okay, cool. These are the tentative dates, meaning we're just simply going to accept them so we can work off something. Do you see what I'm saying? But they themselves know the year of the elephant could have never been in 570 AD, because we know that Abraha conquered and marched through in 548 AD. We know that. We see in the inscriptions. We have the accounts from the Byzantines when the Byzantines asked him to do it and so forth. So we know when it took place.
All right. Well, the question would have to be then, when the Persians became in control of Arabia after the Ethiopians? What date is that?
So we're gonna have to prove that. So, for example,
no, that was like. So then, what you put in forward? When was the end? If you say Abraha last inscription is 560, and then let's say that he had his sons, or because what is the end of Ethiopian rule in Yemen then? When you're saying it phased out, that's what I was asking.
So
when it phased out.
So I don't know if it did phase out. That's number one. I don't know if it did. Okay. And I'm literally going
to be in modern history now, and Ethiopia don't control them. So I was saying, when you saying with along all them centuries, when would it have ceased to exist, or the historical record show? Because I think in where you're saying that is a myth that the Persians come in by thinking, like that is in Byzantine records, Ethiopic records, and Persian records about Khosrow and I don't think that's like mythology part. No, I think that's real scientific, like historical facts kind of thing. So that's the part there.
The question is, right, I would have to ask the question, where did they take over? Which part of Arabia did they take over? These are the things. Wait, I'm just going to show you something, right? Like, we know, we have the inscriptions, we know the records, right? That Abraha marched all the way up into Iraq, them sides there, underneath where the Lahmids were in control, and he took over certain areas. Cool. Are we saying that the areas that was on the Lahmid control, the Persians now reconquered? Are we saying? Hold on. Are we saying the parts of, you have two Palestinian areas? You have the Japhanids, the Hassanids. There you go, the Hassanids. So are we saying that they took back that area? Are we saying that they took back the area of Ma'ad? Are we saying that they took back the area of Himyar? Are we saying that they took back Hadramat? Are we saying that they took over? Right. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, which area did they take over?
According to the scholars and them, right, they just try to say, due to the religious connection with the Ethiopian, with the Axumite and with the Romans, right, they had the same Christianity link what they was singing, right. I think at this point in time, I think it would have been Zoroastrianism or would have been running over in Persia, no? Possibly. Or possibly Zoroastrianism or a different form of Christianity or something.
Yeah.
But basically Rome and Persia was in battle at this point in time. So the historians, some of them is trying to say that the Ethiopian was come like a proxy force pulling kind of in the interest of the Byzantines and whatever. Like they had an alliance against the Persian and thing.
Mm-hmm.
But in history now, we just have to probably pull it up and check it when it is that the Persians overwhelm the Romans in these areas, wherever it is.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I
because
think that's something that we could check.
we have to double check the sources, because to me, we don't have much sources from, like, let's say 580 onwards, right? We don't have much sources there. And the problem that I've seen is that the historians, because there is a lack of anything, they simply take on the next best thing, which is the Arabic records of what took place in that area. And they count that as history. And I'm like, nah, you can't do that. You literally can't do that. It needs to be verified. If it says something, do we have a second source that says something that lines up? If not, like right now, we can say it's a possibility this happened, but we don't know that happened. But yeah, let me just circle back though. What I really wanted to get everybody to know is the fact that when we're talking about when you're talking about the Muslims had a Hijra, or a migration into Ethiopia, scholarship is saying that we don't have any evidence that they went into Ethiopia proper. It is, for me, I'm going to put forward, it is more likely that they went to the south, which is Yemen, which was classified as Habasha, because we see underneath the inscriptions of Abraha, and even inscriptions prior, there was a demarcation. I am not saying that the people over on mainland Ethiopia are not ethnically Habasha. I'm not saying that. But they were called, their name that they would have been called would have been the people of Aksum. They were the Aksumites, because that was their empire. Whereas the people over, when they were referring to the Habasha, they were referring to the ethnically Ethiopian Habasha ethnic group that was on South Arabian soil. Okay, so when you go back into the records, you can see what was going on. So when you're talking about the Muslims migrating over into Ethiopia or Abyssinia, we're talking about they went down south into Abyssinia territory, which is in South Arabia, because that's where the ruling class was, or the nobility was. Does that make sense?
All right. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm following you. But in terms of the Muhammad that you put in forward now was a bishop, of a Christian bishop,
Mm-hmm.
who was establishing things for underneath Abraha. When it is that you're saying that he perished, when is the date you giving that now?
So we don't have, again, we have very little to know when he actually died. We know that he died not too long after Abraha's death, but we don't have anything solid to say when Abraha died.
You're saying that after Abraha died, the priest died?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the other day in the thing where you were showing, it was saying that how the man brother get the news that he dead and was lamenting something and came to Abraha.
Yep.
So the way that it was sounding like if the priest man dead before Abraha.
Yeah.
Is it,
So what
is it
you
before
well, you realize that there is so many contradicting stories. We read out 3 of them already as to the motivation behind the expedition into Mecca, right? Now, the 4th one is to do with the death of Muhammad. When Kay's told about Abraha, about the death of Muhammad, we now have Abraha saying, yeah, he's going to basically avenge that and go into Mecca and kill these people off. So all of these are just simply stories that aren't, based upon any facts. You'll have another story. Let me just quickly show you. There we have another story. Let's go over. One second. So right here, if you see, again, this is Kista, the campaign of Hulaban. It says here, okay, One may remark that the tradition of Tabari explicitly says that Muhammad ibn Khuzai was killed by the Kinana, Abraha advancing against Kinana, intending to avenge the murder of Muhammad ibn Khuzai. A contradictory tradition recorded by Muhammad ibn Habib states that Muhammad ibn Khuzai was with the army with the elephant. Sorry, with the army of Abraha with the elephant. Okay. So the question is, did he die? Did he die by Kinana people whilst he was going out preaching? Or was he there with the conquering party, i.e., Abraha and the elephants when they went into Mecca? Okay, so we can see that within inside of the Islamic accounts, there are contradictory stories, and it's all based around why did Abraha, what was the motivation of Abraha marching into Mecca? Was it to do with the fact of his son being molested by them and robbed by them? Was it the fact of, they were desecrating the temple by smearing feces on it? Was it the fact that it was, they burnt down the church? Was it a fact that it was the Negus who actually marched in? Was it the fact that somebody else marched in? Like, there's all these different stories. And I would say none of them seems to have any historical veracity to it.
I see in one of the books where you had up before, they was trying to say that they didn't go so far as to conflate the mainland Negus with the Viceroy Negus or as Abrahana.
Yeah.
But it come like your thesis have the Negus is Abraha.
Oh yeah.
Or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
100%. And let me just quickly go to that. So, all right, my thesis, and we're not talking about my Muhammad, the Abyssinian Muhammad right now, right? My thesis is to do with the Muslims. Let me just quickly do this quickly. Okay, let's do a quick screen share. And let's go over here. Don't worry, family. If you lot are waiting to come on in, you will be coming on in literally after this bit. I'm just going to present this, and I'm going to get you guys in. Window, let's do... Cool. I haven't even... Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. But all right, this is it here. There you go. Cool. So I haven't actually done it, but I've done several shows on this already, right? So, we love doing the parallel list because the parallel list, I hope, is just quite easy to make sense of. So in the accounts of the Islamic Muhammad, we are introduced to a figure called the Negus or the Najashi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. We learn certain data points that he was an Abyssinian king. We learned that he was a righteous king. We learned that he was sold into slavery. We learned that there was a rebel that arose. We learned that there was a Christological revolt that took place. Right? These are things that we know about this particular Negus. We even know, that he converted.
You could big up the Zoom there for me.
Sorry. Oh.
Yeah, if you could enlarge the page for me now.
Ooh, okay. I don't know. Any bigger than this?
Like
Sorry.
Zoom.
Oh, sugar. Hold on.
Yeah, look at saying 100%.
Hold on.
Yeah, was no.
No, because I was sharing the wrong page. I was sharing the wrong page. That was the problem. Give me a second. Let's share this again.
It had the list there, it had the comparison list.
No, I think it was the
table.
wrong. It was the wrong comparison list, though.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the comparison list that is supposed to be there. Do you see it?
I see an empty table.
So yeah, good. It's an empty table, yeah. But do you see where it says Abyssinian king?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Cool. Because I haven't filled this out yet. So in here, you see that, he's an Abyssinian king. He's a righteous king. He's sold into slavery. that a rebel arose, a Christological revolt took place, and he also converted to the religion of Islam, right?
The converted part is part of the mythological thing, because a book I was reading the other day, it was saying that it have different renditions where we're trying to what kind of increasing the level of submission to Islam, what the Negus do now, So it
Mm-hmm.
have some when he just kind of allow it, and then when the man um ask him he believes, and then the man said he believes, and then he wept and whatever it is, and those kind of stories, you know what I mean? But
Cool.
like
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
I the converted is just part of a certain Islamic tradition, what trying to bolster more that how the king was when they say why Muhammad pray for him, offer salat for a
def
non-Muslim, and then he say he's a Muslim and whatever it is and thing.
definitely, definitely. So these are the data points, because I always like to just bring up data points of individuals. So we all agree that these are the data points that's been attributed to that particular king. We find this in the letters of Urwa to Abdul Malik. Wait, let me just say we find the first two in the letters from Urwa to Abdul Malik. We find the rest of this information in the Sirah of Ibn Ishaq, which goes back to Urwa and Ibn Shahab, i.e. Zori. They give us this extra information here. So now,
Well, it go ahead,
so
go
now,
ahead.
yeah, okay. So this is the king. Like, if we need to find this king in history, right? Whoever it is, whether some people say it's Arma, some people say it's Adrius, some people say that it's whoever they say it is, right? That story needs that about them needs to match up, or we need to find some information that matches up to that. And I say that the only person that we find who's an Abyssinian king that is recorded as being a righteous king and didn't allow oppression to take place in his land, who was sold into slavery, sold to a Roman merchant that was doing, boating in Adulis. The only person that we know that there was a rebel that arose that had a Christological revolution, to be honest with you, because they started putting, instead of, anyways, all of that stuff here, we can see that that person's religion definitely changed from the normal Christianity to another form of Christianity. The only person that all of this lines up to is Abraha.
But what I'm saying is, it come like the same Islamic sources that you basically not having a lot of confidence in is the same Islamic sources that you getting these narratives out of.
Mhm.
You understand? So that's a kind of circular argument there. I
It's
think,
it's
you
not
know.
circular because the reason why it's not circular, we're saying this, right? You have the Islamic narrative. Can the Islamic narrative be verified? So there's the Islamic narrative that the Persians took over. Can we verify it? Do we have any records of the Persians marching in, etc., etc., etc.? If we
I
do,
don't think that. Sorry. Go continue.
yeah, if we do, then we can say that is verified. We know in the year 572 that the Persians came in because we can see that there was this communication that took place. We have an inscription, so yeah, we can see that the Muslim accounts definitely are telling the truth because it's verified now. We have two testimonies. We can say it's now been verified. Cool. So now we ask ourselves the question, you know, can we verify it? Like, I'm not against the Islamic records, by the way. I'm just simply saying, can we verify that which is inside of the Islamic records? And then when we try to verify that which is inside of the Islamic records, this is what we come up with. We can't find any king called Ashama ibn Abjar. We can't find an Ashamar in the records. We can't find an Abjar in the records. So we discard that. We can't say that's part of the Islamic. That is something. Ashama, we can find something like that, but that predates that. So We don't know if that could possibly be where this story is coming from. We know about one king in the whole of the Ethiopian king list, or Ethiopians who are said to be kings. We know one of them who was a slave, which was Abraha. We have
Where you get the information that Abraha was a slave?
in Persepius. Okay, all right, let me do this. Let me actually do this. I've done shows on this already, right? But let me quickly. Yep.
Yeah, I might be missing some nuggets of your narrative, right?
Yeah.
So
So let's
pardon
quickly
me.
let's quickly do this. Do I have Persepius here? 1 second.
Because the Christological revolt aspect, that could be the same religious wars was going on between Dunuwas and Caleb. That could be an allusion to that, I would think. You know?
While Persepius accounts details Abraha as a former slave, other sources like the writings of the Muslim tradition suggest he was related to the Islamic royal family. All right. In summary, Persepius depicts Abraha as a former slave. While let's see if we can just bring it up one time, right? Where are we? PDF. Forgive me if I'm just doing this really quick off the cuff. Let me know if you can actually. No, you can't see this. Give me a second. Let me switch it to this tab. And then whilst we're waiting for that, let's just quickly. Okay, cool. Abraha. Okay. 520. Come on, Cal. You should just know what page your stuff should be on, man. What are you doing? All right. Okay. Let's do Ethiopia. No? All right. Slave, at least. Good.
Because what's saying, Kalam,
Mm-hmm.
I doing some side reading on the ends here, right? And they're saying, so it have a couple sources what is detailed the Persian taking over the Ethiopians, however it is, and the non-Islamic ones, it have the book of the Himyar, right? And in Procopius, the history of the wars. Now. That's what they say in book 1, chapter 20.
Mm-hmm.
But he give in so much details about the Persian conquest. But the book of Himyar writes then is a Christian work, however, we're talking about that. And then they say in Al-Tabari and Ibn Ishaq is two, like other historians, that they have details of the people names and XYZ, you know, Juarez and certain thing who they install afterwards and things. So I don't think the Persian taking over the Arabian Peninsula is like a fable. I think that's a historical fact.
That's coming from the Islamic records, right?
No, I'm not telling you the non-Islamic records was verifying it as well.
You just mentioned Islamic records though. You talked about Tabari and Ibn Ishaq.
No, but I said that other than those two who are Islamic, it had the book of Himyar, right? And it have
the book
Procopius, the history of wars.
Yeah. Persepius.
So
Persepius, this is what we're doing. We're going through right now to find it, right? Persepius doesn't go beyond 550 AD. So it can't be that. And then you're talking about the book of Himyar. Again, that doesn't go beyond a certain time period as well. That's all that's all like 6th century. That it literally cuts off at when Abraha begins to rule. So all of that doesn't.
How about they eventually fit?
Yo, Callum.
Yo.
It says here talk about
Yo,
the
yo,
event.
can I say something? I've been waiting for time.
Yeah, go through.
Flipping. So you're saying, first of all, big up, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Don't know, big up. Boom. So now you're saying there's no outside sources
For what?
about the Persians taking over the Yemen.
There is one, I believe, something at 575. There is something. I don't know where. I can't remember what it is from the top of my head. But go ahead.
Cool. So we've got Theophanes of Byzantium of the 6th century.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote a 10-book history covering the Eastern Roman Empire during the Persian War under Emperor Justin II. Photius' account mentions I can't pronounce his name, description of the first Turkish diplomatic embassy to Constantinople, 568 AD, the Persian movement into South Arabia, leading the conquest of Yemen and the subsequent defeat of the Himyarites. He also includes a digression about the smuggling of silkworms to the Byzantine Empire during Justinian's reign.
Mm-hmm.
Saint Theophanes the Confessor, 752 to 818. He was a Byzantine monk, theologian, blah blah blah. Yeah, he provides an important information about the 7th and 8th centuries, including the Arab conquest to the history of the Byzantine. This one he don't. So basically, it goes back to that Theophanes of Byzantium and someone called Photius account. Photius. He mentions Theophanes' description or something like that. But there's outside sources to talk about the Persian conquest of the Yemen.
You're saying there is, right? But I'm not hearing dates and what happened.
Yeah, Photius' account mentions Theophanes' description of the first Turkish diplomatic embassy to Constantinople, the Persian movement into South Arabia, and the subsequent defeat of the Himyarites. Okay. So he talks about this.
When did this happen?
I haven't got the primary source right now.
Okay. Like again, everybody, like let's just bring actual sources, so then we can actually look at them.
Sources, man, but if
there is sources out there, you know what I'm saying?
Pull it up, however.
I don't doubt that there's sources, but like bring them in it, like because we're here to all learn together.
In terms of archaeological evidence, they say they have coins that from the period of time when the Persians was in Arabia. You understand?
Okay.
There are coins from that period of time. But what this almost cursory, because the real thing is, if you're saying that is legendary, then what is your retelling of the history of the
literally? That's how I see
Abraha?
It. Literally.
So I'm saying to you that the only thing that I said that is legendary is the birds, the linking the Sortal Fil with the Ethiopian conquest. That's legendary. Okay. In terms of the Persians taking over, we find that within inside of the Islamic records. And I'm simply saying, let me put it like this, yeah. I'm not saying that it did or did not happen. What I'm saying to you is there is no proof of it happening. So until there is proof, I'm not saying that it did take place. Just like, for example, yeah, we have in the Islamic records that the birds overcame, Allah overcame the Ethiopians and they couldn't take over Mecca because Allah was with them. That's been written into history now.
Hey, what, Callum?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Are you saying, hey, Callum? So you saying
let me finish.
Didn't take over the Yemen?
So yeah, let me finish. So as you can see, right, like that has been written into history without any facts, without any proof at all. You're talking about an army that was, in some cases, 20,000 men deep. And if you look at Mecca, and if you look at historic Mecca, and you see some people say that it doesn't even have over 500 people living there at the time. You're telling me that, the army just dispersed miraculously because of that. No, I'm not accepting that. I'm going to accept what we can prove in history. I'm going to accept the archaeological records. We have the archaeological records that Abraha marched in and conquered far. He conquered the Yemen, Hadramat, Oman region, Iraq region, up into the north, into like Roman territory. He conquered all up Tihama, all up the coast of where,
Yeah,
Yathrib, Medina, all of that. He conquered all of that. So
your
I'm not going to
narrative book could
accept.
kind of tidy it up, right? This might tidy it up.
Go ahead.
It seems like the 570 date is and that lining up with the birth of Muhammad,
Mhm.
that might reflect the memory of when Arabia get back its kind of own independence then from under the yoke of the Ethiopian rulers or whatever it is, right?
But
And the same.
I want to pause on that though. I don't want to say, like, we say the yoke, and I hate that because it for me it's like it's coming from a particular narrative, because the Ethiopians, Abraha, he ruled based upon consensus. They wanted him in
No, but
power.
in the inscriptions, Abraha say he subdued them and he had put his foot on the neck and XYZ. So
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking. It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
like that's a good part. Not when I say a good part, that's an important era of Ethiopian history and all of these things. So
Mhm.
we it's good to know, well, because the inscriptions themselves, where he said they do the military thing, and when it line up on the map from Robin and them, however it is, it's showing that it's quite up in the north of Arabia.
Yeah.
Now, we trying to basically put forward that like it was a sustained occupation of all of those areas and thing. But some of them scholars and they might say he just do a military expedition and kind of thing. But then they would have come back down to the south, and because basically I show you a way to that they try to limit the Ethiopian presence and thing to business, give you the impression that it's just in South in Yemen and whatnot,
Mhm.
But like when you check the inscriptions and you think, it give you an impression that it's the whole of the other
The
landmass there
whole of that
basically.
peninsula. That's right.
You understand?
Mhm.
So it kinda in between. But I think in like the talk about the man was making a campaign against Mecca, that might just be when it had certain religious conflicts that went on between the persecutions in Najran and the fighting and things in religious conflicts now.
Mhm.
And the elephant being when Prophet Muhammad born might have a kind of connection to the Persian expelling the Ethiopians, and then this kind of renaissance then of the indigenous Arabian people, or whatever it is, with their prophet and XYZ now.
Mhm.
Callum, I found the source though.
Go ahead.
The source is called. Hold on a second. Bibliotheca Codex 64. If you can find it up, if you can look it up.
Nope. If you got something, you have to just bring it on the screen or just read it out.
I don't know if I'll be able to go into that source, but that's the name of the source there.
Mm-hmm. And what does it say?
But Callum, I think in your argumentation, where you're saying the burden, you put the burden on basically others to say that, to verify the Persian history as being historical.
Yeah.
But you yourself, you kind of just put forward that it's not historical and then not really substantiate or point you in a direction of why you're saying that not historical.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
With the whole Persian stuff, is, let me put it like this. Let me see. How can I best put it? The Persian stuff, I personally haven't verified it.
You didn't reach that part of the research as yet,
So,
the after part of that as yet.
so what I mean by that is, in terms of all the sources that I have seen, the majority of it is the Arabic sources. Cool. I believe I saw one something that could indicate that Persians were involved somewhere. But that's not enough for me. I need to see something more. I need something like, kind of like what Abraha has. I need some inscriptions, some monuments that you actually did take over. I need to see that, for example, in the Byzantine writings, Syriac writings, in the Armenian writings, I need something outside correspondence to let me know
That's what I'm saying, but I
this is what
think
happened. Just so I can.
no,
We need two
the
testimonies.
two are we blind to that, but I thinking that ain't no far thing to go and
Can I check?
blind to that, but I thinking
Whoa.
that ain't no
That's not me.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, boy, Michael, turn on the speaker or something. But you understand what I'm saying? I think it's something quickly what we could verify throughout, other than Islamic sources. What was the history of like 7th century and 8th century Arabian Peninsula? You know what I mean? Because
I'll show you this, right?
to
We
this
don't
day
even.
it had some mystery Ethiopian controller, but we can't verify further than Abraha and
Yeah.
his youth
So
Mazruk or whatever.
yeah.
it
So
is,
we have
you know?
two of his sons, right? We have two of Abraha's sons mentioned, for example, within inside of Islamic records, and I think one of them, Yaksum. Yaksum is the only one. I think in terms of the Islamic records, we find Yaksum being there, basically. Okay. That's the only person that is verified as being the son of Abraha, but we don't have any inscriptions of Yaksum of his reign so far. Nothing has been found. So I'm not even going to put forward anything about that. Like, I'm not even going to say anything about Yaksum and Mazruk. I can simply say to you, it is said that according to Islamic records, this was what took place, but it has not been verified. I have not verified that. Historians, as far as I know, haven't verified it. So we can't say this is actual history yet until it's been verified.
All right. Well, I think that's crucial to your whole argumentation because the post Ethiopic suzerainty period is the period of the Islamic establishment and XYZ. You understand? So that whole century there, basically the end of the 500s going into the 600s, it come like better get some clarity on what going on in that period there. You know.
Mm-hmm. So we
Even to what were you bringing forward there as because I said before the Muhammad person that the Muhammad character Ibn what is his last name again? I ain't too
they call him bin Ibn Khuzai.
Kuzai, right?
Mhm.
So Kuzai. So when like you're saying you're unsure about a date when he passed away and if he passed away before or after Abraha passed away. Those things still need to be determined or discovered.
So we have like various different records that make it known that he passed on after Abraha, and he was there whilst one of his son was ruling. Then he passed on, during that time frame. That's what's been reported. Okay, but we still need to confirm these things. Like this is how we should.
Can I chime in?
This is how we should really do history. Is like, cool. We have a claim. Now we need to verify that claim. All we can say is that according to this is what happened, but we're still yet unsure because we don't have anything to substantiate it.
Can I chime in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
How you doing?
Good.
I didn't panel. Yeah, I've just been listening in. It's been an interesting conversation in that. I just wanted to make just to understand your argument on your point, Callum. Yeah. So you're saying that the Islamic sources cannot be verified, not that it's not true. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying that it can be verified. We can verify stuff from the Islamic records. We just need to verify it. That's all.
Okay, so okay, good. So you're saying, but so what I'm saying is, right now, we haven't got any conclusive evidence as in terms of whether it didn't happen or it did.
What we talking about specifically now?
Well, you're talking about you spoke about the expedition, the failed expedition to Mecca,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
And that the Hijra to Abyssinia.
Yes.
You're saying, and these two things you're saying, these are two things I'm talking about.
Yeah, these two things. These two things definitely, like for example, the whole failed expedition to Mecca, that didn't happen. That's a story that's made up. Okay, the whole Hijri to Abyssinia, it didn't happen according to the standard Islamic narrative, but it is possible that it did happen according to what we now know where Abyssinia was, according to the hadith literature. We understand that as South Arabia, Yemeni region. So if they did do a Hijri, it would have been to that region rather than to mainland Ethiopia.
And so is this the basis for your argument that the individual, the Prophet Muhammad, can't be verified?
What do you mean?
Because this is this is part of the bigger argument. Because I've been watching your videos. Yeah, this is part of the bigger argument, which follows on that we can't verify that the Prophet Muhammad existed, right?
According to the standard Islamic narrative, Muslims have yet to verify his existence. Yeah. So I make three claims, but I would only say two claims, right? My first claim is that Muhammad ibn Khuzai was, the original Muhammad, the first Muhammad. He was, a prophet according to the Islamic records. He was there with Abraha. He was an archbishop. All of that stuff, that's that.
Yeah.
I don't think most of you guys have an issue with that because,
it's in the sources.
It's in the sources, so there's no problem, right? The second thing that I say is that original Muhammad was exactly one and the same as the Islamic Muhammad, according to the early historiographers such as Urwa and Zori. Okay, of course you have let me put it like this: the Zubairid dynasty, they were talking about that Muhammad.
So you're saying prior to the Umayyads?
Prior to the Umayyads, yes.
Okay. And how have you come up, where's this come from? Where have you made that link?
Okay. So one of the main things is this, right? As I said, if we look back at records from Urwa and Zori, and they give us a description of that Negus, that Ethiopian king who was with the Islamic Muhammad, right? As I said, there's 6 there's more than 6. Well, let's just start with the 6 data points. Let me just quickly do that quickly.
But do they say that he was
one at a time.
Claim that he had links to Muhammad?
One at a time, okay? So, the 6 things, he's an Abyssinian king, he's a righteous king, he was sold into slavery, the rebel arose, the Christological revolt took place, and that he converted. Okay.
I want to ask you about the Christological revolt first.
Yeah.
Right? If you could cover that first, because I want to know what the Christological revolt is concerning. Outline that for me, please.
Hey, Callum, you see the ending bit of your thing where it says converted?
Mm-hmm.
The Islamic narrative is that he converted to Islam. What's your claim?
So you have, this is the Islamic narrative, right? All of this all of this here, I should really I haven't had the time to show you the sources where all of this is there, but if you're a Muslim, you know this stuff already. I don't even know why I even need to but it's there. Okay, so I'm like, cool. I believe in your Ethiopian king. I just simply want to find your Ethiopian king in history. So what do? We go look at Ethiopian kings to find if any of these data points line up. And we do find that out of all of these 6 points, every one of these 6 points lines up with Abraha. Is either all of this is just a coincidence?
And you're basing it off the Islamic narrative, correct?
As I said, we're getting it from the Islamic narrative. We're getting...
But-
sorry, no, wait. Let me just show you something. We're getting all of this stuff, these parallels, from the Islamic narrative concerning your king.
When you mean we, are you getting all of this stuff from the Islamic narrative, or is the Islamic narrative saying this?
The Islamic narrative is saying exactly this. Okay, I've done this.
Can you provide? Because I see it as you picking and building a information out of it.
Fair
I
enough.
don't see this
Fair enough.
narrative within the Islamic.
Fair enough.
Now I ask about the Christological revolt. If you could cover that first now, because if it is what between the monophysite and the Miaphysite is what is the Christological conflict?
All right,
is it two form of Christianity conflicting, or a different type of monotheism, or as I hear you mentioning Paleo Islam and certain thing like that?
Okay, cool. So let me just, for the audience, this is why I say, like, a lot of this stuff we will have to like literally prepare shows for it, because there's so much to go into. Give me a second. Stop screen.
While you're searching for that, Callum, yeah?
StreamYard, present this. Go ahead. I'm listening.
While you're searching for that, so if you're saying that the Muhammad that Zubair and the early sources we're talking about, is this other Muhammad, the Christian Muhammad ibn Qusay, does it mention in those sources?
What source is this from, Callum?
This is the Sirah of Ibn Ishaq.
Does it mention? Does it mention?
What page, Callum? I can't see.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me just listen to my man first. I'll pull it up for you. Go ahead, carry on.
Yeah, so you're saying in these earlier sources, it mentions it's speaking about this Christian Muhammad, Does it say that the tribe is from, who are his parents, all this other stuff?
Nope.
So there's no mention of that?
Nope.
Okay. So Michael, my next question would be then, I think I asked you before, and I didn't get an answer. If this is essentially what you're saying here, this is a concoction. So the Prophet Muhammad that we know today is a concoction from the later period of the Umayyads, correct? Because you talk about Abdul Malik.
Yeah, it started from way before the Umayyads, but yeah, it really started to take root. It really started to take shape and form in terms of literacy under the Umayyads, and it's really started to blossom underneath the Abbasids.
So you see, before the Umayyads, who you saying it is the Zubairs, or whatever you're trying to say?
Yeah.
So you're saying Urwa bin al-Zubayr was talking about your Muhammad.
I would say that it seems as though, based upon the...
And he's talking about your Najashi.
It seems as though...
So where's the change?
Not that it seems so.
It seems so. No, I'm saying it seems so. It seems so. We can falsify.
So it's not so.
No. What I say is this, right? There's either two choices right now. It's either they were copying these stories and pasting it on to create the story of the Islamic Muhammad,
which is your only argument. But go
on. It's just one and the same. It's either or.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah,
you see, Urwa bin al-Zubayr, does he mention Muhammad ibn Abdullah ever in the works we've got in Islamic literature? Does this character mention a different Muhammad?
I don't know. I can't remember. I can't recall right now from the top of my head.
that's imperative though. You need to know that's imperative though to the whole conversation. Because if he does, then that's
You know what I'm
that's something
saying?
that would be
That is something that to break all of that
Because
down.
you're saying putting all the burden on him, saying that after them, before the Umayyads, they was spitting out this narrative. But if he mentions a different Muhammad, it goes against your whole sentence, what you just said.
Okay.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, yeah, I just wish, yeah. I know I've shown you guys certain things, right? Because the stuff that you're talking, it's like it would literally have to be a whole show of me having to break down
I understand that.
what you're talking
It's a lot of work to talk to this also. I understand that.
I'm saying to you guys, please hold on. When I bring up an article, go and read that freaking article. Because
I read some of the stuff you put up.
Hold on. Then, yeah, when you lot say certain things, you would word it in a much more delicate fashion because you'll understand what took place in history. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But
I don't understand.
I know you don't because you haven't read the articles. Yeah,
no, I've read some.
I can hear from Michael right now. He's adjusting because he knows he's read the articles, and I can be like, okay, cool. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
But my thing is, just going back to that line of thinking now, yeah. So I have read through the articles of what you said. So, like, but my thing is, yeah, is if obviously it'll be, I think it'll be very, very hard to pinpoint where this sort of progression took place here. But I think the strongest argument for this right now is, firstly, how did whoever did it, if it's the Umayyads, if it's the sometime before that year, how did they get everyone else to agree on this whole narrative? That would be my first point.
That's a good point. Why don't we have another narrative from like the Shias or another?
Exactly. You actually do.
So 1 second.
You actually do, but you just don't read them. That's all.
But they're very. So just let me finish my point, and then so with all these different various works here, between the different sects, the Shia over generations, yeah, there are things here that the Shia and the Sunni, the Kharijis, and even the Ibadis agree on. There are some things that they just agree on. That their prophet was Muhammad. That his father's name, his mother's name, his grandfather's name. These are things that all sects across the board agree on. So if you're saying that it's very hard to, it'll be difficult to conceive, yeah, a situation, yeah, where all these different sects, yeah, will agree upon all these things, yeah. Because what I'm thinking now is, for example, how would the Umayyads convince the Hashemites, and how would the Hashemites convince the Umayyads? Let's make the prophet from Banu Hashim.
Wait, Callum, you just said there is narratives. Please provide the information.
Nope.
I can't explain that.
I've never heard that.
No. What I'm going to do is go back to what the brother, whoever asked the question. Hence, I've got the PDF up. I'm going to go into that before I get sidetracked into like 10 different arguments. Okay. I'm tired as it is.
Do you have an answer for that?
I'm not answering any of them now because
No, but do you have an answer for that though?
Yes. Do you know what? After this, I will touch on some articles. Everybody just keep quiet. I'll just touch on some articles, and then I want to go.
Just a brief explanation.
I know. I said, after what I'm about to do right now, yeah, then I'll touch on it, and hopefully I have some of those articles already preloaded, so then we could just touch on it, and then I'll tell you guys, go and read these articles, go download those articles.
I read the article you said to me the last time when I asked this question, but I didn't really get the answer, to be honest.
So and then afterwards we can have that conversation again. So somebody asked about, your list seems to be arbitrarily made, etc., etc., etc. Cool. Over here on page 153 of the Sirah of the Rasulullah.
There is no answer.
Yep. On the page, let me just minimize it a little bit so I can see it on there. Cool. How the Negus became king of Abyssinia. If you lot can see it, page 153 goes on to 154. It talks about how he was sold into slavery somewhere down here. I think, let's see. Okay. It says here, so they took him to the market and sold him to a merchant for 600 dirhams. The later threw him into a boat and went off with him, but on that very evening, etc. Okay, cool. So this is him being sold into slavery, sold to a merchant who took him on a boat. Then you go into Persepius, and Persepius talks about how Abraha was a slave to a Roman merchant who's doing some type of boating in Adulis. Cool. Like, I guess I would have to literally bring them side by side so you lot can see the parallels yourselves to be like, holy shit. Holy shit.
So what I'm saying is, you're saying that the Persepius narrative is a historical narrative and is not a legendary thing of Abraha.
Yep.
So you're saying Abraha really was a slave instead of a general under Caleb?
So they say that he was off. We can always counteract these stuffs. And personally, I would counteract it. And I have good reasons to counteract him being a slave. But for now, it kind of suits with my argument right now. So I'm not even going to counteract it. And what do I mean by that? Am I being biased?
What you're saying there is, what you're saying is the sin. That is the S-I-N.
Yeah.
But according to the Ethiopian narrative, I think Abraha was just one of Caleb's generals, and he kind of revolted against him, and then they end up making amends, but he ended up still controlling the scene over there, kind of on his behalf. Kind of, he used to pay tribute and whatnot like that. You know.
So the whole slavery narrative, right?
Watch this, Caleb.
Hold on, my brother. Nope. Mute your mic. I just want to get through this real quickly. Then we could jump on to like 10 other things, okay? Cool. I am going to allow the slavery narrative to run, yeah? Because it's just easier for me. Because nobody else is going to argue that, this Ethiopian king was not a slave. And it's just giving myself more work to do when most people can't even get to grips with it. It's just the basic stuff. Because what the next step would be is, let's look at his inscription and let's see how, if anybody was reading that inscription, how did they interpret that? And based upon the interpretations, they deduced that he was a slave, but I don't think that he was a slave. I think that it was a title that was given to him that was now being made into him being a slave, and a whole story was made up around it. That's my own personal belief. Okay, that's a belief. That's an opinion. It's not a fact that I'm going to put out there. It's not a claim that I'm going to make. Because why? Because that means I'm going to have to prove that. So I'm not even going to try that. So I'm not even going to bring up that argument full stop. Yeah. And Koma, that's something that me and you can have a conversation on. But for everybody else, I'm not even going to be having that conversation with. That's too long. Because, I have to now prove everything that I say. And that's all long. Cool. Next, the point that there was a revolt that took place. Cool. I don't know if you, at the bottom of the screen, it says here, the Abyssinians revolt against the Negus down here. And again, it's to do with a religious, something to do with religion. It says here that you've left our religion. Let's quickly go up. And we see that everything kind of stems around over here. Oh, people, have I not the best claim among you? Certainly, they said. And what do you think of my life? How do I do this? There's so many screens. I've got like how many screens open right now? Give me 1 second. Cool. What do you say of my life? Where are we? Best claim, they said. And do you think of my life among you? Excellent. Then what is your trouble? You have forsaken our religion and assert that Jesus is a slave. Cool. So we see it is all centered around this revolt is all centered around Jesus. It's all centered around, in a minute, we'll understand it's Christological, whether Jesus is a slave or whether he's a son of God. Then what do you say about Jesus? We say that he is the son of God. Cool. We see that there was a revolt based around a Christology, based upon the son of God statement. Okay, cool. What was the next thing I said? I said that he was a king, a righteous king. I can bring up stuff later on, but everybody knows in what's it called? Muslims all know, they claim that this Negus is a righteous king. So like for me to just keep on showing you source after source, it's tiresome for me. I can't even lie, when it should just be taken as just normal. So let me go back to my screen share. And then over here, the parallels: Abyssinian king, righteous king, sold into slavery, rebel arose, Christological revolt, converted. Oh, okay, the revolt. Did you want to see the revolt as well? Sorry, a rebel arising as well. Did you really want to see that as well? Let me quickly go into it over here. Where the rebel arose? While we were living, thus a rebel arose to snatch the kingdom from him. Cool. All right. So everything that I've said in my list is all provable. It's all there. We can all see it. Hopefully we're happy that your Negus was an Abyssinian king, was a righteous king. He was sold into slavery. A rebel arose. There was a Christological revolt, and he also converted. And that now goes into a letter that was given and all of that stuff there. Like, it's there. Are we happy with the list that's attributed? I want to know from our Muslims, are we happy with the list that's attributed to the Negus? Is this a fair list of data points towards the Negus? Yes or no?
So I was just cleaning something while he was talking, so I didn't look at the screen still.
The list I've got here of the 6 different things, is this a fair list of data points regarding the Negus of Islam, the righteous king who helped the Muslims out? Yes or no?
Let me see the points. I can't see nothing. It's just the Ibn Suck.
He been reading it out, man. He talking about righteous king and a rebel and a Christological thing.
Is he basing it off that graph thing you put up earlier on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you put that back on? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, thanks.
Are you happy with that now?
Yeah. This is based on the Prophet Muhammad, yeah?
Yep.
Abyssinian king, righteous king, which is the Abyssinian. So this is from Islamic sources, not Muhammad. Islamic sources.
Islamic sources.
Yeah.
We've just read out the Islamic sources. Are we all happy with that?
King, yeah. I agree with that, yeah.
Okay, so we all agree with that. So I'm simply saying, if we're going to say that this king existed in history, we need to, not Kalam needs to, we all need to find whichever king you believe this to be. If you want to start from belief levels, go find a king that you believe to be the king mentioned here, right? Or, go find that king. Yeah, the real way of doing it is just simply going through the Ethiopian king lists, going through the historical records of Ethiopian kings or kings being mentioned, and we find any of these data points?
Outside, so the Abraha column, that's based on outside sources, correct?
So outside sources, all outside sources, all say that he was an Abyssinian king. All talk about him being a righteous king and not allowing oppression to take place. He gave the same ruling for if you are high up in his system or wherever you're just a poor person, you're all being judged equally. We find also in Precipius that he was sold into slavery. We find that inside of the of his inscriptions that a rebel did arise. We find in his inscriptions that there was a Christological shift where he wasn't calling Jesus the Son of God, whereas he wasn't calling Jesus the Son of God. He started to call him a Messiah, right? So no more the Son of God. We can see he converted or changed from the religion
So
of
you see all of this you're
hold on. Let me
doing, yeah.
finish. Let me finish. Oh yeah. We see
Go
that
on.
he changed from the religion of Aksum into a completely different religion, full stop. You could say he converted almost, right? Because it's not the same. Why? Because we have inscriptions from Caleb, right? We have inscriptions of the kings that Caleb put in place. We have Samayafa's inscriptions and other person's inscriptions, and they all have the same vocabulary and language towards Jesus. But with Abraha, it changes. It's no longer the son. The Son of God is no longer mentioned anymore. Okay, so we can
So
see.
you
We
see,
also see.
you
We
see
see
what
all of
you're
that.
doing, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Bro, I
Go
hear
ahead.
you,
Go
bro.
ahead. Go ahead. All right. If
I'm
I'm finished,
hearing you, but
cool.
let me interject quickly.
Cool.
So are you saying it's not? Are you saying so? You're basing your whole thing not just of Islamic narratives, even though you're leaning on it. You're grouping up everything. So you're saying bring a king that you can group up everything, not just basing it on the Islamic narrative. Correct?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm listening. Go on.
So we've got the basic outline of this king, this Ethiopian king, and where it's down to us as historians to find this Ethiopian king. You can have a different methodology to me. Some people have a completely different methodology than me,
So
and they will come
see
up
the
with
parallels. We're basing it off your parallels, though, even though it'd be a different methodology.
no. You can choose whichever methodology you want. I'm simply outlining my methodology. This is mine.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can use your own methodology to find this Abyssinian king, right?
Yeah.
I'm simply saying I've utilized the historical method to find the Abyssinian king. And the king that I came up with is Abraha. Fortunately for me and for what I'm doing, my stuff is falsifiable. So what that means is you can try to disprove that this king aligns to Abraha, and you could bring your own king that says, nope, my king aligns more to everything that's listed here, or you could just completely choose something else. But anyways, Ankoma, what are you telling me, my guy?
I listening in. I think in that you know it come like Abraha could be the rebel because he rebel against Caleb, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and because I think initially it had a first leader who Caleb sent, and in short period of time he got murdered or something like that, and then
I hear
is
you.
Abraham take over afterwards, no?
I hear you, but guess what? The Muslims won't say that because that is prior to the time of their traditional dating for Muhammad.
Mm.
You see it? So I'm going to ask my Muslim brethrens, okay?
Yeah, baby.
You know, I've shown you my way.
Yeah, Makeda. Yeah.
Let me just mute him. So I've shown you my methodology of finding this Ethiopian king that's mentioned, your Negus. I just want to know, like, what is your methodology? And find me your Ethiopian king. Let's go.
The Ethiopian kings who was in that same period of time after, as we say, it go have like it had Caleb two sons.
I'm going with the Islamic narrative that not Islamic narrative, but the academic narrative that is Alma in it, and that is a academic narrative. So
they talk about Gabriel Meskel and Israel of Aksum in the Ethiopian kings list. That means who's the successors of Caleb in the Ethiopian king list or whatever. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But I actually going along with your narrative that you're trying to build, Kalam.
Mm-hmm.
But I think like it has certain discrepancies that you need to kind of try to iron out. You know what I mean? In it, and I studied like what's the implication or your findings then, basically.
The implications of my finding is, let me start from the beginning. we find that there is another narrative, which I call the peripheral Islamic narrative. The peripheral Islamic narrative tells us that there is a Muhammad, a South Arabian Muhammad, an Abyssinian Muhammad, who was an archbishop, who spread this new religion throughout the Arabian Peninsula. Now, this religion that got spread throughout the Arabian Peninsula, it did its job, done a very good job. What happened next? What happened next? We see that another group of people co-opted this particular religion. They co-opted this particular founder of this new religion, and they made it into their own. They created stories of their own.
In terms of the Christological categories, then, which one it is you're saying that the Black Muhammad was professing? What Christological grouping he was in? If is, you know what I mean? Because I see it's still a Trinitarian formula.
Yeah,
we're talking about thing, but it was like you're saying there's a lower Christology than the higher Christology of like the Orthodox Church or whatever it is. Then you know what I'm saying?
So what Robin puts forward, Segovia puts forward, a few others, they put forward that because he was ruling by consent, he made it as ecumenical as possible. He said things that would not offend the ruling, how can I put it, the nobles, the Jewish class, the Jewish people of the time. He didn't want to offend them on that. There was religious tensions going on. Remember, literally, a couple of decades prior, they were burning people based upon a question. What do you say of Christ? Is he the Son of God? Yes, you are being burnt, or, you are being persecuted. So he realized, being a smart man as he was, they said, okay, cool. If that is a major issue, right, let us remove that verbiage. Instead of calling, Christ the Son of God, the Messiah, the Son of God, we're going to remove that. We're just going to call him the Messiah, because that's going to be causing too much offense to you. Then we can see that there is a Byzantium leaning as well, and even some people call it a Nestorian leaning that really emphasized the human nature of Jesus. Okay, so you have the son of Miriam, or the mother. Mary is called what? The mother of Jesus. Yeah, mother of Jesus, instead of being called the Theotokos, meaning the mother of God, because that was another controversy that was taking place. So there was a lot of controversies that was taking place, and you can see that based upon his formula, he was very, he was very attuned to those controversies, and he tried his very best to preach Christianity, but in a way that was convincing and acceptable.
Are you talking about
to the Jews?
Your Muhammad, right?
I'm talking about Abraha right now.
to the Jewish population.
That's right.
He's Muhammad, correct?
Yeah.
So, Callum, where was his followers? Who is his followers? And have we got any records of
every single Christian who belongs to the Abyssinian Empire is his followers?
No, but have we any companions, like his close, like his companions, not just followers, companions? Have we got any records of his companions, not followers?
I think you're moving like on the Islamic terms. I don't know. We'll have to now go into records like, who was the companions, for example?
Cool. So
wait. Let me give you an example. We know these people existed, right? So who was the companions of Caleb? I don't know. Who was the companions of Abraha?
Fine. Fair play. No, Callum, you don't need to explain. Cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Back to you see the Hijra, because this is very key now, yeah? We've got Abdurrahman ibn Auf, yeah? We've got inscriptions of him, correct?
Okay.
He went, according to Islamic narrative, he went to Ethiopia. And he lived, and we've got inscriptions of him dating around the 600s, early, not like mid, I'll say mid, something like that. 634, 640 or something like that. But we got inscriptions of him. Yeah. So you're gonna have to fit your guy with him, because he meant in the inscriptions of Abdurrahman, it's got the messenger of Allah in it. So you're gonna have to fit your guy with that person, and you're gonna have to not just blame the Umayyads for switching up your Muhammad to the Islamic Muhammad. You're gonna have to blame Uthman and Umar, because we've got inscriptions of them as well. And you can't say they're not relevant, because they're all to do with the Prophet Muhammad. No matter how much you're gonna say, it don't matter. I'm just gonna listen to you, but it's your argument is still not weighty, because they are relevant. You can't discard them. So how would that work?
I don't think you understand how much you're not even making an argument.
Go on.
You're telling me that Uthman, let's just say Uthman, Umar, and so forth. Yeah, you're now saying I can't just blame them, and now I can't just blame the Umayyads. I have to blame Uthman and Umar for switching up the. Hold on.
And you believe in a historical Ali, correct? Or I don't know if you believe in a historical Ali, but you take the view that there was an Ali that existed, correct?
As far as I remember, in the something to do with the sword, this is Robert Hoyland work. He verifies Ali's existence, I believe, but I can't remember from the top of my head right now.
Okay, but go on, explain what you was gonna say.
So, like, you're saying to me, okay, you're saying to me that, you can't just blame it on the Umayyads. I now need to blame it on Umar and Uthman and for changing up the narrative.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Now, let me show you how to do a bit of scholarship now.
Go on.
Why would I now need to blame it on Uthman and Umar for switching up the narrative? I know from your head it's just because they existed, because you have inscriptions to say that they existed. Cool.
Yeah.
How? Why? What accounts are there that they switched up the narrative to say that they did switch up the narrative? What do you have?
Bro, he's just gonna say you're gonna demonstrate the scholarship. Demonstrate it.
No, but that is demonstrating scholarship. You now need to provide. Evidence.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, you now need to provide evidence that they switched up the narrative.
Bro, that's what I'm asking you though.
But why? I never made the. You're always making me want to argue things that I'm not making the claim. Like, I never made the claim that they switched up the narrative. So why would I need to now prove that they did switch up the narrative?
They were Christian then?
Like, I'm not making these claims. Like, I don't know why you even coming up with these things for. It's
but
like,
they're
why?
associated with the Muhammad that's one in the same with
according to the Syria literature, they're associated with Muhammad. Yes.
Cool. Yes. So if they're one in the same with your one, then are you saying Uthman and Umar was Christians?
Am I saying that Uthman and Umar was Christians? I would say what the scholars say. They say that the nascent Islamic movement, in all respects, was not identified as a new religion. The people just saw them as a heresy, or Christians, or was heretical.
It's a yes or no question. Was Umar and Uthman Christian? Yes or no? You don't need to tell me the long speech.
No, I have to.
It's actually a yes or no question.
The reason why.
Same way you said. The same way if someone asks you, is the Islamic Muhammad whatever, you say no. So it's a yes or no question with this one. Was Uthman and Umar Christian or proto-Christians? Yes or no, according to what you.
So again, I don't know if it's difficult for you to comprehend this, right? Like, I don't have enough information personally, apart from inscriptions, to say Uthman and Umar. I don't have anything more to give you anything more. Okay,
according to that same Islamic narrative you're using against the same Muslims, it talks about Umar and Uthman being like leaders, as the inscriptions mention. Who were they leading after? Who was their predecessor before Uthman and Umar in leadership? Who was, according to Islamic narrative?
According to Islamic narrative, it's Abu Bakr. Before Abu
Exactly, and
Bakr,
then after
it
Abu
was
Bakr, who
Muhammad.
was?
So go
Okay,
ahead.
so who is Uthman and Umar connected to?
What are you talking about? Like the Islamic narrative, they're caliphs or they're the Rashidun or whatever the case is.
Yeah,
What's your point?
cool. Is the Islamic narrative, is it correct in saying Umar and Uthman was emirs? Is that correct? Is that a form of an artifact? Like, is that factual?
We see from the records that these individuals are made mention of in the form of leadership roles.
Are they called Amirul Mu'minin in Islamic narratives?
In Islamic narratives, I'm sure they're called the four rightly guided caliphs, but that we know
In
that
Islamic
hold
narratives, they're called
on.
Amirul Mu'minin.
Hold on. But we know also via the historical stuff that the word or the terminology caliphs only came much later on, and
I'm
they
not
were
talking
referred
about
to.
caliph. I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about the term Amirul Mu'minin.
Okay. Do you have the inscriptions where they're called Amir al-Mu'minun?
Yeah, it's there.
Do you have the
in
inscriptions that
scripture.
says it?
Alright, cool. Let me pull it out. Hold on. Let me go.
I think the question what the man trying to ask is like if them was leading the same Christian group and then later in history it get revised as like that was the Islamic group now. I think that's why again.
We've got the inscription of, hold on, let me read it. It don't say Amirul Mu'minin,
Okay,
the
then.
one I'm reading right now.
Because they
worry,
don't
panic, wait,
they
but
don't
it does
say
call
it.
him an Amir.
They don't
So
say they
that's
don't
still
they don't say
I don't
it.
care if it's not Mu'minin, he's an Amir. That's it. That's what we need to focus on. Is he an Amir? Yes or no?
Does the inscription call him an Amir? I'm not even saying that he's
yes,
not.
It does call him an Amir.
I'm not even going to say that he's not an Amir because I just said that he's in a leadership role, right? But where does it say that he's an Amir? So we can fact check you.
It says in the inscription of the Uthman inscription of his reign, which we can all find. You can go on Google. Specifically, the one I'm looking on is on Islamic awareness. The date of the artifact goes back to 24 AH 644 CE. It's in Hijazi script. The translation is in God, and this was written during the time when the son of Affan was made commander of the believers, of the believers, in the year 4 and 20. I am Abdullah bin Saad bin Zaid. I am Utbah bin Rashid al-Mashaki, just mentioning his name. But yeah, it calls him a commander. Hold on, let me go into another one. And yeah, these artifacts are verified. There's not just some hocus pocus. I'm on my Google Drive. Let me actually go to the site itself.
So the site that you're on, yeah, I don't know if this is the same inscription.
I'm not on the site itself. I'm gonna go on the site.
It says
right
here,
now.
it is worthwhile noting that the title Amir al-Mu'minin is absent and no eulogy follows.
No, I said Amir. I'm not really bothered about the Amir al-Mu'minin.
But that was like part of your thing, and I'm like, I don't know about all of that. Like we have to be precise.
The firm that the mere fact that he's called an Amir, the Amir al-Mu'minin, fine. The whole title, fine, yeah, whatever. But he's an Amir, innit? The title, the office, that's what he is.
Okay.
Who was he? Who was his predecessors?
In the role of Amir. Amir of what?
In the role of Amir, according to Islamic narrative, in the role of Amir, who was before Uthman?
Do you know?
Because we're using the same Islamic narrative you're using. I'm trying to prove a point here because I'm
What's your
using the Islamic
okay?
narrative,
What is your point that you're
which
trying to
goes back to
prove?
the Prophet, but then we've got an inscription separate outside of a book that is calling Uthman an Amir. In Islamic narrative, we know him to inherit that title from somewhere. I'm asking you, where?
So, according to like the standard Islamic narrative, yeah, they don't even call
Because you
them.
can't go to Greek narrative. I'm sure you can't
According
go
to the
to Greek
Islamic
narrative about
standard Islamic
Arab kingship.
narrative,
I doubt that. I
yeah,
doubt you could even go to Ethiopian.
they call them the four
But
rightly
go on.
guided caliphs.
Mhm.
Yeah, which is what's that thing called? It's anachronistic, right? So they themselves were never called caliphs. Full stop.
I'm not
Right?
talking about the term
I know,
caliph,
but
bro.
you're talking about the Islamic narrative. The Islamic narrative, yeah, they are
Then
called
Umar didn't call
the
himself
the
caliph.
Rashidun. Let me just type it in quickly. Rashidun. Rashidun Caliphate. Yeah. The period between 622, blah 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 blah. Cool. You have Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Ali. Okay, and they are called right here caliphs. Al Khulafa Al Rashidun. They're called caliphs, right? But we find no titles of them being called caliph, as far as
Bro,
I'm aware, in the inscriptions. You may be able to find Amir because the earliest records where they're being called, sorry, not even them, but others who are Muslims, they were called the Amir al-Mu'minin or Amir al-Mu'minun. Yeah. The commander of the faithful. But anyways, we're getting sidetracked with arguments that doesn't even need to be made.
no,
like,
no, it
so
does. No, it does matter because
it's just pure
it's just talking about. See your Muhammad. No, because it's about your Muhammad being one in the same person. You're saying it's the same person, but that means it would contradict your narrative. That means he would have had to live around the 6th century because we've got the one in the same person's dynasty, shall I say, ruling in other people with other people, bro. It's not the same. Your guy.
Okay, so tell me, who is your king?
The king.
Wait, no. Do you know what?
The dynasty.
No. You know what? It's no.
I'm not. No.
Let me do
talking
this.
about what you're gonna say.
Let me do
the
this.
Negus and the caliph and the emir. We're not talking about that.
Let's do this.
Furthermore,
can you
in
debunk
that
this?
context, I don't think they had any Negus ruling over them, Islamically speaking.
Cool.
Yeah, but
they did though.
Based on what we understand it in the Quran, Atiya Allah, Atiya Rasul, and the leaders after. That is like them leaders is not just any former leaders. It's like I would say king, but I don't want to say king. It's a dynasty going on over there.
All right. I just want to know, can you debunk, can you debunk me saying that your Negus, according to the list here, is Abraha? Can you debunk that? Can any Muslim debunk that?
Based on what I'm saying, because Abdul Rahman ibn Auf, he went to Ethiopia, according to the Islamic narrative, to the Najashi. That is the whole point.
So let me hear it. So your argument is this. Let me actually try to steelman your argument as much as possible. Actually, no, I don't even understand your argument to even steelman it. What is your argument?
Bro, remember backstage, yeah, when I asked you, how did your guy migrate, yeah? You said something about him going to give gifts to Abraha. I said that wasn't a migration. You said, yes, it was. Technically, they left this place to that place. And I said, no, they didn't dwell there. And then you said, yeah, you read something and it was like, yeah, they dwelled there. Cool. So that person had a group of people with him. Right now, you can't identify who. You're just going to say it's the whole Ethiopian people. That's just a whack argument. I'm asking you.
Okay.
Well, but I asked you, couldn't answer. Cool. I'm saying, yeah, Abdul Rahman ibn Auf, yeah, according to the same Islamic narrative that you pick and choose to use at times, yeah, according to that narrative, he went to Ethiopia and went to meet the Najashi. So you're gonna have to explain that, because we've got inscriptions of him. So you can't say he didn't exist. He did exist. So you're gonna have to explain that. You're gonna have to say that's a lie as well. You're gonna have to.
So you have, okay, let's see what you're saying here. So you have a particular individual, Abdul Rahman. He meets an Ethiopian king. He has an inscription.
You broke up.
Okay, Abdul Rahman, he meets the Ethiopian king. He has an inscription. What's the point that you're making?
Basically, he is a historical character. So the Islamic narrative is credible, isn't it? We can take its word in certain things, shall I say, regarding the individual. And it said he traveled to Abyssinia.
Okay.
That was the group. The group you're talking about. Because remember, in the Islamic narrative, the Prophet Muhammad didn't go with the group. But let's just say he did or whatever, yeah? Cool. We've got another person that was with him. Well, not really with him, but if we go with the tone, hold on, wait. Hold on a second, wait. Hold on.
I think I'm tired. Personally, I think I'm tired because I'm failing to understand.
Getting a bit late still. I'm
failing to understand people's arguments, so I
but
don't
what
know
do you
if
call
it's
it?
me
No,
being
my
tired.
arguments is spot on, bro. If you can't understand it, then it's definitely your bias. 1,000,000,000%. It has to be, because what I'm saying is a sound argument.
Okay,
bro.
okay.
It's
Just
argument.
tell me like very plain and simple the argument. Plain, just leave it. I don't want you to talk longer than 10 seconds.
This man traveled to Ethiopia, bro. This man, he was part of that Hijra, that group.
Okay, that's a statement.
The
it's
group
not.
You're trying to blame on that one man. He is a witness of that group. He's part of that group. So can you explain it? Because he's from a different timeline from your guy, and he's around rulers, bro.
Okay, cool.
Your guy, I don't know if.
So we're talking about chronology, right? You're talking about chronology because you're saying time differences, etc., right? So now the question,
I'm adding chronology in it as well.
The question is then, what time period was he living, and what time period is his inscription, and like, because you're not making an argument. If you don't, I don't know. Comment section. Let me know if you understand the argument.
We can definitely go with the Islamic narrative, because the inscription that we have with him is dated from the time they conquered the Levant. So you can't date him from then. Hell no. You have to date him from before. So we're gonna have to go with the Islamic narrative. We can't just guess. I'm not guessing. I'm not doing that. I don't know about you. Cool. I'm not doing that.
Cool. All right, let's move on to something else, man. Because I'm just gonna say I'm tired. And...
No, but you can't. What I'm saying is sound, though. What I'm saying is 1,000,000,000% sound. It's just you can't answer it. Bro.
So maybe
I'm not wrong. I'm not going mad.
Maybe your sound.
No, I'm on point.
Yeah, maybe your sound. As I said, I'm just gonna put it down to me being tired and I'm not understanding your argument.
Oh, come on, Callum, bro.
I'm giving you yeah, you're saying something, but I'm not understanding it. It's me. It's down to me being tired.
Fine. No, fine. Fair play.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Cool. All right. So, I think I'm going to be closing up the show very soon. Again, I just want to know: is there any, based upon what I have, brought up, is there? Can you falter? Can you, say that methodology, Callum, is not right? Okay. And could you say where I've gone wrong in identifying Abraha as the Negus of of the Islamic story? Anyone?
Well, I would say, fine. As we're wrapping up, however, I think the standard narrative about when the Hijra is about 620 something, we say 627 or somewhere around there. So, and those characters, Abraha and Muhammad, been I forget the last name appellation, but them they now is like 100 years before. You understand? Or from like between 100 to, let me say, 50 years prior to the those events talking about they went to Abyssinia. So
Yeah.
I
So
think you might have to
the
sort out that part.
first Hijri took place roughly 613, or other places say 615 is the year of Hijri. Cool. So you're saying that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to add to the conversation, could I share something quickly?
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just put this up. So this is the king. Is it up? This is the
You're not seeing nothing yet.
the list of the kings of Aksum. Is it up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the list of the kings of Aksum, and if we go down to
Arma.
So
We're talking about Arma.
The list is even phony.
Yeah, there is, because it does say, to be fair, it does say, I'll bring it up afterwards. So
right there, don't scroll past it. One past
so
it.
it says, like Canon was saying, it says Najashi reigned at the time of the Muslim migration to Abyssinia between 1613 or 1615. Name likely based on the title Negus, but this is only from the Muslim. This is only from the Muslim sources, like Canon was saying. But according to the Ethiopian sources, they say it was this king, Adarez. Right here it says Ethiopian sources identified this king as the Najashi of the Islamic tradition. It's according to the Ethiopian sources. So there's
and that
here.
could be Athma, you know. That could be Athma. I could do conjecture here and say that's Athma.
No, you can't say that because I'm right above the other man.
Yeah, but it could be Athma the second or Athma the third.
But it does say these are traditionally the dates. So is that as well. But also
and Andreas, whatever, I think that name's only mentioned in one source. I think there's 3 sources regarding the King's list.
Okay.
And I think that's mentioned
in
one.
As a disclaimer, this does say it says various regions it says various kingdoms various lists of the Aksumite monarchs have survived to the present day via manuscripts or oral tradition. However, the lists often contradict each other, and many lists contain incomplete or scattered information. The lists were likely compiled over a long period at several different monasteries. Some historians consider these lists to be untrustworthy. The number of legendary figures at the beginning of some lists, whose historicity is difficult to confirm or trace. Aksumite kings may have used multiple names similar to the later emperors of the Ethiopian Empire from 1270 to 1974, resulting in different names for the same ruler on different lists. And just I'll just to add to that, to there's actually if we go to, again, this is to just as a disclaimer, this is probably weak evidence, but this would because it is to tradition, but there is a scholar that does say that this actually may have been built. Hold on.
So, but I just want to know which one of this I'm sorry. It doesn't even have to be any of these kings, but which one? Which one of these kings are you Muslims or anybody else saying was the one that was the king of Muhammad's time?
Well, the only sources the only sources you have is are from the Muslim sources and Ethiopian sources, and one says the Ethiopian sources says Adarez, and the
I just wanted to let you know
Muslim
the Ethiopian
source
source.
is Abraha.
I just want to let you know the Ethiopian sources do not say. They do not
Pardon?
say. I just want to let you know the Ethiopian sources do not say that this king, these kings, whichever king it is the king of the Islamic records. It's the interpretation of the scholar or the person said based upon the time that this person lived and the year of migration, because they ruled in this time, we marry these two together, so therefore it must be that person. But that's not what the actual Ethiopian source state. The actual Ethiopian sources doesn't say Adrius is the king of the Islamic records. Just to make that clear, because
this is the source that's quoting from. This is the source that's quoting from. It's quoting from the
Selassie,
Selassie Sagi Habel,
yeah,
the ancient and the medieval Ethiopian history. That I can't verify, to be honest. I don't know about that.
No, he's a solid individual. He's a solid individual, but he's just simply saying that if we're taking the Islamic standard Islamic narrative and their chronology, then the king who ruled during that time period is Adrius. All right, it's not saying that Adrius.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand. I get what you're saying.
Cool. So I want to know from
that's fair.
From anybody on the panel, who is this king? Like, identify this king, this Najashi. I've showed you my methodology, right? How I identified who this Najashi is. You lot can say it's wrong. Yeah? I want you lot to debunk it and say it's wrong, but come with something better, please. Does that make sense?
I was going to just...
I'm going with the normal. I'm going with Ahmad, innit? Click on Ahmad.
Cool. You're saying it's
I'm
Ahmad.
not saying... I'm not either or. I'm just giving information. Just giving information that's there. I'm not
saying it's Ahmad.
Cool. I want to know, was Armor a Roman slave? Potentially. Interesting.
Yep.
How do you work that out?
I don't know, but potentially, I'm not going to hold that.
Did he convert to Islam?
I'm not going to hold that narrative as a primary because it's from one source. So, yeah.
So what is your methodology to make you say that is Armor?
Basically, the timeline, the coin, the Islamic narrative, and the Ethiopian kings list.
The timeline. Repeat that again.
The timeline.
What timeline?
614, which we see on the screen.
Go on. 614 is what? What does that represent?
That's the time of the Hijra.
Okay, go on. Time of the Hijra.
Yeah.
Yeah. So based upon the Hijra, go ahead. What else?
Based upon inscriptions, so coins. So the coin dates back to that time.
What time does it date back to?
614.
How do you know that?
Based on I don't know if they've done carbon dating. I don't know about that.
Nope.
But based on the evidence on the coin.
What's the evidence on the coin that makes you say that it's 614?
It's talking about an item in Jerusalem being taken by the Persians.
So what does that have to do?
Something like that.
What does that have to do with anything?
Is basically the inscriptions on it is based upon that timeline or narrative.
Is there any timing? Is there any does it date?
Let me actually go.
Does it give a date on the coin?
I'm going off my head. Hold on a sec.
If it doesn't give a date on the coin, you technically will have to go off the Ethiopian list of when they said they reigned and how long they reigned for.
No, I'm gonna go with scholars about how long he reigned.
Okay, So I'm going to wait for you to provide your evidence. You know, push something up.
I don't know how to
you
put on the screen.
don't have
How
to
do you put things on the screen?
You don't have to do it today, but you know, next time you come on, yeah, prove your point. Yeah, prove your point that the king of the Islamic records is Arma. I would love to see that. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Because everybody's adamant that it's not Abraha, right? So I just want to know what do you guys have?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying that it adamant that it's not Abraham either, but saying that it have holes.
I'm just saying we have two sources.
I saying it has some holes
I'm
in
definitely saying it's
the
not
story
Abraham.
that is stitching together for us, because basically Abraha and the Ethiopian Muhammad and whatnot, we saying that these people is in the 500s and something, and then
550 plus, yeah.
And then they saying that how not. I know why you say 550 plus. You see,
Yeah.
But with I disagree. The issue I have with Abraha is that the chronology is off.
It is 100%
For the
off.
sources that we have for essentially the Prophet Muhammad.
100% they're off. And you know why they're off? Because you guys have accepted the standard Islamic narrative.
No, but I say it's about missing 100 years or missing 75 years. What?
Yeah, because it's the standard narrative. Yeah.
The thing is, it's fair to accept the standard narrative, because I haven't seen anything that would suggest that it's the standard.
Okay, what I mean by this? What I mean by this, yeah, all scholars know that the chronology, in terms of Islam, the chronology is off. You're talking about the battles; the chronologies are off. Talking about everything that happened in terms of chronology, scholars know that all of it is off.
Nah, you're wrong.
Stop.
Wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Okay,
I'm wrong.
Okay.
I'm wrong. Yeah. But anyways, let me continue. Let me continue. Right. Let me continue. Yeah. I know in a previous show I've shown you that there is a 70-year discrepancy amongst the scholars of Islam of when the Prophet was born. 70 whole years of discrepancy. You're simply accepting one. Hold on.
Yeah, go on.
We in the West have simply accepted one of those discrepancy, which has now become the standardized form. Okay? Which is he was born in the year 570. But there's others that can say he goes back to being born in the year 518 or 520. But nobody's talking about that. Right? We also see, we also know, again, I've brought this up again to do with the topos of 40. The whole 40 years, and that's when he received his revelation. Scholars have already done this and talked about this and shown you that this is, again, not real. It's just something that's used. 40 days and 40 months and 40 years and 40,000 this, etc. It's just a topos that's used to mean very large amount, very great, fullness, etc. It ties into Moses, it ties into Jesus doing 40 nights fast and 40 years in the wilderness. It's not actually history. It's just a topos that's being used. So
you are correct. You are correct. You are correct on that. Yeah, there is a lot of embellishment and
so your whole timeline, I just want to show you. So your whole timeline is based on nonsense, i.e., we're saying it's 570. Muhammad is 40 years until he receives revelation, right? So now we go up to 610. Then he has 10 years of revelation in Mecca. Then he has another 10 years of revelation in Medina, right? Equal amounts to show that both cities have equal weighting of power, etc., etc. Then you have other narratives to say, no, that it was another 3 years in occultation where he got secret revelations from Michael and Israfel and Seraphael or whatever the names are. Like you don't have to understand the mythological aspects. That's not history. So all of that being said is what is the chronology? Yeah. And the chronology is off. So let's find it. Go ahead.
Okay. I agree with everything you said here in terms of there's embellishment, there's this symbolic language. There's like all these kind of artistry. It's artistry to some degree. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that there's also a lot of the seerah that is very mundane, very mundane. That just talks about, for example, things that he went to visit his wife, for example, or he ate meat like this, or he I don't know, he went to the toilet like this, for example. These are like I'm just giving examples. I'm just giving like examples from memory. So what I'm saying is there are things in the story of embellishment. There are also mundane things. How do you explain those mundane things that are still in the story?
That is, it's a very
It's
long,
made up.
It's a very long process. It's a very long
We
process.
see what I'm saying. Your interpretation can explain the embellishment, but it doesn't necessarily explain.
Oh no, trust me, it does. It really does explain the mundane stuff.
But I disagree. But what we can explain it, then yeah, that would help.
Okay. So let me do this real quickly though. Let's just quickly get this up. Share PDF. The Sons of Khadijah. I love this book, so we can just see something. I think it's got in here. Cool. Yeah.
The main thing I wanted a clarification.
Can't see nothing.
With to what you were saying, Kalam.
Mm-hmm.
The main thing I wanted clarification on was about the about what new Christological view that your Abyssinian Muhammad was bringing. Because what happened is the type of Christianity what they have in Ethiopia, it is a Trinitarian with a high Christology of Jesus, however. So if he was coming with the Ethiopian form of Christianity, it would have be one that would have be a high Christology instead of like the lower one where you say your Abyssinian Muhammad was professing.
Yeah. So he broke away. So Abraha's Christology, or Abraha's religion, broke away from the Ethiopian orthodoxy. He broke away from that and did something completely different. Okay. Let's see if we can have this up here. 1 second.
So that was saying that we now see the wake appointment towards doing some reading on that. That Abraha had a different he changed the Ethiopian Christianity to a different form.
I will
So I could get that.
definitely do that. Yeah. Email me so I can get you. I will send you over the PDFs directly. So kalam@live.co.uk. My name @live.co.uk, and I'll send you over the PDFs directly. All right, cool. Let me read this quickly. The Prophet was born 10 years after the elephant, 23 years after the elephant, 15 years before the elephant, 15 years after the elephant, a month after the day of the elephant. Al-Kalbi says 23 years after the day of the elephant, 40 years, others 30 or 50 or 70 years after the elephant. God damn. That's why I knew it. I already said, I knew before it was 100 years discrepancy. So there's 100 years discrepancy, right? Because 70 years after the elephant. And let me just quickly show you where it says 30 years before the elephant. And some say 30 years before the elephant.
And the other thing with the elephant, the elephant, right? Because before when you say, well, they just made an association with the Ethiopians and the elephants. I think it's a good and a historically backed association to associate the Ethiopians with the elephant. But why it is you saying that you disagree with associating the Ethiopian with the elephant? And then how come it seems here like the elephant is the linchpin in the birth of, regardless of in front or behind or on the day of, or whatever, how come the elephant is the linchpin to determine Muhammad birth?
Because it's tied in with the Quranic exegesis. So when you learn more about like Syriac literature, how it was formulated in tandem with Quranic exegesis. So they were finding things within inside of the Quran to draw information on, to say, therefore Muhammad must have been an orphan. Muhammad must have done these things because they're reading into the Quran and trying to draw material out of the Quran to give him a backstory or to give him a narrative, basically.
So are you saying the Quran, you can use it for historical purposes then?
That is a separate argument, man. That's something completely different.
That's technically what you're saying, though.
I'm telling you, that's not even what
Hey,
I'm
going back to
Bro, that's technically what you're
Callum,
saying.
that's
You're
not-
saying the scholars took out some info. It's like, yeah, he went off and he was this. That means you're
That's
saying
what the
they
Islamic
went to that book for
scholars
some form of something.
did.
Yeah.
The Islamic
Callum-
scholars was doing exegesis, and they were giving you reasons behind why this verse was revealed. And then now we need to create backstories. Like, it's a whole thing. Like,
But why are they doing exegesis on a book that is ahistoric?
You'll have to ask your Muslim scholars why they were doing it. You're gonna have
But
to
hey,
do that.
Callum, though, I want to ask you. You see what you just put on the screen right now?
Mhm.
Yeah. What are you basing it on? From the Najashi, correct?
What I have on the screen right now, no, I'm not basing it on anything. I'm just telling you what your Muslim scholars were saying concerning the birth of your Muhammad. Okay, so you need to,
when I see this,
like in terms of history, like the burden of proof is on Muslims. You know that it's not even on.
Cool. So
hold on. Let me
see
finish.
the
Let me finish.
Muslims, yeah?
The
when we
burden
do
of proof
Islamic years,
is
Callum,
not on
yeah?
Kalam. The burden of proof is on you guys to say when was your
I'm
prophet
a layman.
born.
The burden of proof like that is not on me.
Okay.
But Callum, yeah, you see the Islamic years, yeah. Because we don't date it before Hijri, we date our years based on the first Hijri. Yeah.
No, you don't. You based it on the second
if we're
history.
gonna go chronology, we have to go with first Hijri. Yeah.
You don't.
I
You base
hear
it on the
you
second
with
history.
the year of the elephant, but that can actually be debated. Like what you're bringing out something here right now that can be debated. Fine. Was he born 15 years after? Was it? You know what I mean? But if we're going by the Hijri, is 610.
Huh?
Wrong or right?
yes,
What Hijri? When do you think the
it would
Hijri
date
was?
back to 610, the first Hijri.
When was the first
Islamic narrative?
No, the first Hijri. Standard Islamic narrative does not date from the first Hijri. It dates from the second Hijri.
The second, second Hijri, fine. Second, not the Ethiopian Hijri. The second, cool. Let's go through this 1 second. First Hijri is the Ethiopian migration, but in Islamic language, when we say first Hijri, like when we're doing the dates, we're dating it from Medina. So I'm dating it from the time of Medina. That's what I'm talking about. I get what you mean if you're talking technical, but in the Islamic language, when we say first Hijri, when we're dating with the calendar, we're not dating it from the time of the Ethiopians. We're dating it from the time of the Prophet moved from A to B.
All right. So do you also know that?
Basing it on that.
Do you also know that? You see that second Hijri, I think it's 620 or 622. Let's say 622. Yeah?
622.
Yeah.
The second Hijri. What are you talking about?
The second Hijri. Right.
The
You see how your Islamic calendar starts from AH?
No, wait, Callum. No. In Islamic language. So the normal thing in our head when we're dating our calendar, not what we're thinking in our head and our view and opinion. No, the facts of the matter is what is the date what does it date to? 610, correct?
No, incorrect. That's the date of the Mab'ath. The date of commission, the date when the truth came to Muhammad.
Let me go into I could be capping right here. Hold it.
You are, but anyways,
second. Yeah, go on, explain then.
I don't know what you want me to explain, but yeah.
Let me go ahead.
6:15. So cool. I'm 5 years late. It's saying 6:15 right now. Yeah.
Okay.
After so
so what you put up, Callum, so far with the the elephant stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
From what I've read, all that is saying is some people are saying it was this year, some people are saying it was 15 years, some people are saying it was that. But there's
So
no
Callum, yeah.
nothing conclusive
So
there.
you go. So go. So go.
Exactly.
1445.
But I'm saying, but if we can still corroborate a tighter time frame with other sources.
What other sources? I don't understand.
What? You don't understand what I just said.
Like, but what are you trying to say though? I don't know.
I'm saying.
I understand you can corroborate with sources, but yeah, what are you trying to say? Yeah.
So what I'm saying is,
go on, Callum. Yeah, go on. 622, yeah. 622.
What I'm saying is, yeah.
So I don't know why I was saying 610. I do.
So I can one second.
I was saying 610. I'm going off my head too much.
I can 1 second. 1 second, yeah. So what I'm saying is, yeah. Obviously, what you brought up here, the sort what Ibn Ishaq is saying is that there are some people say this year, some people say it was 15 years, some people say it was 10 years, some people say, but it doesn't give credit to one particular idea or one particular period. But what I'm saying is, yeah, within that time frame, we can tighten the gap from other sources outside of this.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm down with you. So what sources are you going to use to historicize Muhammad then?
So let's even go with, for example, I would say this source is according to academia. This is maybe barring a few some, yeah, but overwhelmingly, it's an overwhelmingly consensus here that the Constitution of Medina happened at a particular time, right? If you go to the Constitution of Medina, let's put it up.
Yeah, I hear you, but that's all political.
No,
man.
Callum, what do you call it? Yeah, so yeah, 622. Yeah, 622 is the first Hijri where we're dating. So the Umar, he dates to 614. What happened in 610 that I keep dwelling on that? I don't know why I'm dwelling on that.
Muhammad received his revelation.
Yeah, 622. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's within the time period, but what was the initial argument that we was leading up to?
I don't even know, man. I'm tired.
Even me myself, bro.
I'm supposed to cry.
Yes. What was I saying? The Islamic calendar. So yeah, the first Hijri would date to 622. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Yeah, it would date back to them times. So yeah, and then that means the king, his coin goes back to 614. So he would have definitely came across them, unless you're saying he died before 622. But I would say he lived. So, but yeah.
Yeah.
So, can I show my screen?
Yeah, 1 second. I just want to say this right here. Whoever's got a chance here, please. Kista, sons of Khadijah, especially when we're talking about Qasim and stuff like that. It's a very good read, man. It's a very good read. I suggest everybody get a chance, just type in Kista, Kister, and sons of Khadijah. I think you'll find it very, very interesting read. Okay. Unfortunately, for some reason, I don't even have all my highlightings that was on this before. Let's just quickly see. Let me see if I can just get you some nice bits. It's just pure contradictions. Okay. 30 years when she was I just wanted to see. Oh, there you go. Khadijah bore him Al-Qasim. Some scholars claim that she also bore him another child. I just want to show you that, in terms of genealogy and stuff, it gets all techie, you know. Let's see. A significant report formulated consistently recorded in an early source says that the Prophet began to practice tahanuf after some of his female children were born. Khadijah bore him Al-Qasim. Some scholars claim that she also bore him another male child called Al-Tahir, but other scholars say that she bore only one son, Al-Qasim. Az-Zakwani quotes the tradition saying that Khadijah bore the Prophet only one son, Al-Qasim, but provides us with a comprehensive review of other traditions which record various numbers for the male children from Khadijah bore the Prophet. According to some of these traditions, Khadijah bore the Prophet 13 children. This is the shit that you don't learn or you don't hear about. But anyways.
But I don't see what's the about it. So what though?
Yeah. Of course you won't.
No, but I don't see the like.
Let me read.
He was like 1,500 years ago, mate.
Let me read.
You said everyone's gonna get it dead on correct, like, raw, like.
Yeah, let me read it. According to a tradition recorded by Ibn Ishaq, the male children of the Prophet were born before the call. They were called Al-Qasim, Al-Tahir, and Al-Tayyib, 3 sons. Okay, the Prophet's agnonym was Abu Qasim. All male children of the Prophet died before the advent of Islam. Some traditions stress that they died while suckling. Wow. Okay, continue. According to the traditions of Al-Zubair, Prophet bore only 2 male children, Al-Qasim and Abdullah. Abdullah was also called Al-Tayyib and Al-Tahir. Abdullah was born after the call and died as a small child. The first child of the Prophet who died was Al-Qasim. The second was Abdullah. Wow.
All I know is whoever's got time to make up all them little things, little details here, blood, I swear down, like, I can't even believe history itself then. I'm not saying like this is like a primary source for history, but bruh, like, if people's got time, because we've got books on books, yeah, about the companions and people's names that's not in the Quran. If people's got time to be making up names, yeah, I can't even go with certain things. I can't even just, subject these, like, I can't go with your narrative and then take on other. No, I have to question everything, like,
good.
Even my own.
That's what you need to do. Question everything. Hold on.
But I do though. No. But the
hold on. Mute your mic.
I'm saying is grave.
Cool.
It's not healthy. It's grave that I wouldn't be doing Easter shopping and eating fish on Friday and Good Friday.
Okay, all right. Mute your mic for 1 second. Yeah. One day during that period, the Prophet met. Oh shit! I flipping went over. Okay, here we go. One day they called him an Abtar, who mockingly called him an Abtar. And the Surah Al-Fatir was revealed. Later, Khadijah bore the Prophet Zainab, Ruqayya, Al-Qasim, Al-Tahir, Al-Mutahhar, Al-Tayyib, Al-Mutayyib, Khultum, and Fatima. The number of male children born to Muhammad by Khadijah, according to this list, was 6. The number of female children was, as mentioned, 4. Thus, Khadijah bore the Prophet 10 children. Another tradition transmitted records him 4 male children. Wow. Anyways, let's quickly continue. They even had twins. Oh, wow. Al-Tayyib, Al-Mutayyib were twins, and Al-Tahir and Al-Mutahhar were also twins. Interesting. 4 male children. Okay. 4 male children. Al-Qasim, Al-Tahir, Ibrahim, and Al-Tayyib. This tradition was nevertheless rejected by the scholars and considered erroneous, as Ibrahim was born to the slave girl Maria, not by Khadijah. Let's quickly continue. Some say that he only had one child called Al-Qasim. Cool. Let's quickly see here. Khadijah bore the Prophet 4 children. Cool. Let me just see what do my Shias say real quickly. Let me just get to the bit with my Shias. Khadijah's are instructive and help us to understand the ideological basis of this treatise. The Prophet says Abu Ubaidah gave his daughter Zainab in marriage to Abu Az. When she converted, the Prophet prohibited her from staying, authorized their bond and basis, with the approval of Best of the Prophet. 1 second. Give me a second.
Hey, easy bands. Kabir in Hebrew means great. The word Akbar you find in Hebrew is Kabir. You find the same word, bro. Let me check it.
One second.
Kaaba
I really wanted to get that Shia bit in, you know.
352 Hebrew Strongs has the meaning Kabir, bro. You're wrong, Easy Bands. 3523 Strongs. Go to bed. Even me, I need to go to bed, but
Oh, I forget late over there by all.
Yeah, it's real late. You know what I wanted to show you, yeah, is where the Shiites talk about you know, talk about these people are just making up children for the prophet. Now that was really interesting to read.
But what do the Shias say? What do they say what children he had? The person who made that accusation, do they claim he had no children, or do they say he didn't have children?
No, what your message say?
Yeah, no, they definitely say that he had children.
So then he had
Ah,
children.
this is there he goes.
He could have even had 50 for
a
all I
peculiar
know.
tradition
He
of
had
it.
children, bro.
Okay, obviously she, on the authority of Al-Hassan ibn Ali, gives a significant background for the Shani verse of the Surah Al-Qatra. The Prophet saw in a dream Banu Umayyah successfully sending his member. He was grieved by the vision, and then God revealed the Surah Al-Qatra. The Shani that refers to the Banu Umayyah, remarks that the rule of the Banu Umayyah had indeed vanished and they had become cut off. No, this is not what I wanted to bring up. Anyways, I just want you guys to download it, yeah. Yeah, I want you guys to just download it and read through it because it will be very interesting for you guys to see. Let's just see here. Daughters were indeed never joyously welcomed in Muslim society. They were unwanted in accordance with a long-standing tradition. And grief to swear the family affected their children and granted the fathers. Okay, cool. Yeah, go for it. Read it. It's very interesting read, yeah, to basically see that how many children were made up.
So what about the Ethiopian's kings list? What about that being made up? Weren't that made up?
Why are you being so defensive and deflective?
No, because it's the same. Because if you think about it,
You're being defensive and
no.
deflective because
Actually
we're
think
not
about
talking
their
about
kings
anything
list,
else. We're not talking
No,
about
if you
any.
think-
We're not talking about another culture, another group, another civilization. We're speaking specifically about the Hadith
because
Surah
it's like
literature, and knowing
Callum, yeah.
knowing that
I
a lot of
know
this stuff
I'm
was
not the
made up.
only soul breathing right now that thinks that you have something against Islam, bro. There's something, I don't know. No, I know you like it, 1,000,000%. I'm not saying you're anti-Islam, but there's an objection you've got against it. Yeah, everyone can see that, bro. It's a bias, bro. So 1 minute you're using it, next minute their narrative is garbage. It's confusing, bro. It is confusing because it's not to say you have to believe in it to use in it. No, we're not saying that. But you're not using another source, yeah, that is a primary, and then using bits and pieces of the Islamic literature. You're using the Islamic literature as a primary itself, which is mind-boggling. How can you do that when the same primary is not spitting what you're saying, bro? You're actually
Do you know what it is?
committing a fallacy. You're doing something. You're doing some trictronics.
Yeah,
You're doing some mind games.
I know.
You have to have your own source.
I know how it can look like that. And this is where, we would need to do a whole lesson on the historical critical method. We would need to understand source criticism and textual criticism to understand exactly what I'm doing. Okay.
No, but
But
we're not
otherwise,
talking about Abraha. I hear you with Abraha, but I'm on about the Muhammad Quzay and all that. Abraha, fine. I get what you mean. That goes with what you're saying with the next lesson. But if you're gonna try and include the Muhammad, bro, you've still not proved him to be a historical figure out of Islamic narrative. You're saying this people called him that, people called him that, but that's just your speculation, bro. It's not a fact.
Okay. I'm not even going to argue with that.
No, but am I wrong or right? Because to get that name, you're getting it from Islamic sources, not like you're getting it from a Greek source, or like, you know, the doctrine of Jacobi, like where they're saying names like Muhammad. At least if you're using them kind of sources, cool. But that's another argument. You're not even saying that. You're basing it all on Islamic narrative, and it's like how you have to have a primary outside that you're holding on, not the Islamic narrative, because there is outside sources that mention the name. Like I just said, one source there. So why don't you use that as a primary and other sources outside as primaries, and then use bits of Islamic narratives? Because when you're using the Islamic narrative, it's not saying what you're saying. Is you have to do mind games and indoctrinate someone to see what you're saying. But if someone like me, I'm stubborn, bro. You have to come with that evidence, and your evidence is not fulfilling. It's just I have to have a bias, and I have to be willing to take your mind games to accept what you're saying. But if I do critical thinking as much as you're doing it, same level, bro, we could all be looking at one tree, but I'm looking at this part and you're looking at that part, but we're still looking at the same tree, bro.
All right, this is what I'm going to do then. I like what you're saying, yeah? So this is what I'm going to say to you. This is what I'm going to do. Because I have a problem with scholarship, with, European scholarship in a sense, right? So, you know what would be excellent to do? Do exactly what you're talking about. So there's this book that I know I've shown you guys already called Muhammad and the Empires of Faith, The Making of the Prophet of Islam by Sean William Anthony, okay? And in there, we have, let us go, right here, okay? We have the earliest evidence, non-Muslim testimonies to Muhammad, right? I want us to do this. Yeah, I want us to go into things like the doctrine of Jacobi and other little and other sources, Sabios as well, and other places, right? And I want us to look.
Let's do that.
And let's look at what they say.
Peace, easy bands. Peace. Blessings.
Let's see the data points that they draw from it, right? Let's see, page 36. Let's just quickly go to page 44, maybe. A little bit more.
Come on. Yes, it is mind games, El Cambalo. It is mind games, bro. If he's using the Islamic sources as a primary, it's fully mind games. He has to have a other primary source, even if it's from a scholar of today, 2025. He has to have other primaries, not Islamic sources. He has to literally use his scholars, like start naming people, not just one person as well. Like he says scholars, academia, he generalizes it. So I want to see the general opinion.
From what I understanding, the key points in your argument, Kalam, is that the migration with the Muslims make, or what that written about is a local migration to Saudi Arabia, as opposed to a trans Red Sea.
Then Ankuma, he's gonna have to prove Ankuma Jed. He's gonna have to prove
I can. You need to respect.
In Yemen.
Bro, you need to respect others. You know, when others are speaking, you need to just because
you keep something. I just interjected.
But you keep doing it though. Every single time these men are talking, you kind of talk over it. Go ahead, my brother.
Right. So that's one of the key points, is that you're saying the migration, if it happened. First of all, you're saying that the Hijra is a historical event, or that's part of Muslim narrative as well? Because these is all layers of it now, you know? Before I put any words into your mouth to say that you say the Hijra occurred, but that it was a local one. Do you believe that?
I'm saying that according to... we don't know. There's all types of Hijras that could occur, right? But according to the Muslims, this is their story. Can we verify? Let's, we're giving them the benefit of the doubt, and we're actually saying, cool, your stuff is not just a myth. We're going to give it credence, and we're actually going to waste our time, or not even waste our time, spend our time trying to historicize your stuff. Let's see if we can actually find your stuff in history. That's what we're trying to do, right? You lot say you went to Abyssinia. You lot say you went to Abyssinia. So cool. And you traded in Abyssinia. So Patricia Crone, like, she done an amazing job, right? She went through everything to do with, trade and the trade routes and what was bought and what was sold and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
You said they traded in Abyssinia.
They did.
Who?
I'm not even answering that question. Do you know why I'm not answering that question? Because why is everybody relying on me to give you the answers that you lot should already know?
No, because what you're saying is very new to me. I didn't know that they were doing trade. The first Hijra was about trade.
And you're gonna have to go back and reread the sources so you can see it.
No, I never got taught that. They went to go there. They went to as what do you call it? People fleeing from war. What's the word? I even forgot myself. They went fleeing from war, bro.
Refugees.
I don't
and
know
stuff.
them to do trade. When did they go do trade? He went to do trade.
Cool.
But
trade routes. So you're saying they're going back and forth from Arabia to I never got taught that in Islam they're going back and forth doing trade, bro. So whatever your scholars saying is cap.
I do think you're I do kind of agree with Akanda. I do think you are picking certain sources though, and not like reviewing other sources.
Fam, he's picking and choosing, bro.
I do agree with that.
He's not as tough as he is, Like, he's just very intelligent.
Do you know what it is?
Mind games.
Do you know what it is?
Because every time I bring up something, you just kind of like skim it. You don't really address it.
Yeah, I skim it because
you don't need to believe in the supernatural.
Shall I tell you why? Shall I tell you why I skim it? It's because it is so long to go into. It's so long to go into that it's actually. I need to mute your mic. I either need to remove you or mute your mic. Cool. So, the stuff that you're talking about, right? It's how can I put it? Some of it is technical, where it's like you need a whole show to now really break that down, right?
Yeah, but I understand that.
So even things, the brother brought up to do with the chronology. Oh, but the chronology is about 100. It's not actually 100 years. It would be roughly about 50 years off, right? And I'm like, bro, I've done shows on this already, and it would take a whole show to break down why the Islamic, from an academic standpoint, why the Islamic chronology is off. And we now need to show you points where the chronology is off, etc. It's a lot. Trust me, the stuff that you're asking about here, from my mind, is like, I need to prove this definitively, and it's a long process. I'd rather just say, go and read the article.
Do you know what? I agree with probably. I'll probably agree with 80% of what you say. I'm not. I agree with probably even more than that. Probably a lot of what you say. It's just these questions. I think if you're stirring the conversation a certain way, and I think if we look in other places, it's harder to make these arguments. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. So, what is it that you've asked me that you don't feel as though you got a proper answer for?
Well, my first question. What I'm saying is, if this, because from what I'm understanding, what you're theorizing is that the Islamic Muhammad is a later in essentially invention that's being projected into the past.
No, I would say it's a later embellishment, elaboration, fabrication, and distorting of what took place in the past.
Okay, yes, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So there was something true that they've essentially fabricated this Islamic Muhammad, right?
The narrative that we know now of the Islamic Muhammad, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, and this is why I disagree. This is what I'm saying. I think, that the which I think multiple scholars say, yeah, the skeleton, the general skeleton of the prophet's life, we can establish from the sources that we have.
Okay.
We can know he's they said to quote Sean Anthony, he says like a low resolution idea of what the prophet of the prophet's life.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, yeah, if we can define that, essentially that skeleton, I think that skeleton can be verified in history, and I think there's multiple sources to attest to that.
Okay.
And that's but obviously which is why I don't agree with your claim. Which you seem to be sticking to this one specific thing, but I'm saying outside of that, there's multiple things that can attest to the historical Islamic Muhammad.
Yeah. So that we're going to do that right now. This is literally what I'm putting up. So we've got the first mention of what they think something goes back to Muhammad, and it's the doctrine of Jacobi. Okay, doctrine of Jacobi. I need to bring this back here. Let's see if I can highlight stuff. Cool. Over here it says here.
What year is that? Sorry.
They say it's 634.
634. Okay.
Yep, July 6th.
Is that before the fragment on the Arab conquests? Is that before that?
From who?
That is from. Can't remember. But go on anyway. Go down.
It says here, the doctrine of Jacobi certainly offers an intriguing depiction of its Saracen prophet, even if modern historians find it either grossly distorted when set against the backdrop of the Sirah Maghazi hadith corpus, or at the very least, enigmatically at odds with the Sayyid corpus. All the same, the doctrine does offer us 4 touchstone details about the prophet that merit serious consideration. That his prophecy begins among the Saracens. And what I find interesting about this, right? I want to see, because, okay, so think of my Muhammad, the Abyssinian Muhammad, and then think about the Islamic Muhammad here, Just saying, all right. So we know that. Oh prophecy. Yep, sounds true.
Timeline.
They came among the Saracens. Yep, that's true for both of them. That he endorsed warfare and conquest as integral to his prophetic mission. Okay, yep, cool. We can see that. That he affirms the eschatological arrival of the Anointed One and the Christ. Do you lot affirm, Muslims, do you lot affirm the eschatological arrival of the Messiah, meaning the Messiah will return at the end times?
Yes, we do. There's even a Quran verse and tafsir about that.
Cool. That he claims to possess the keys to paradise. Polemicized as they may be in their presentation, at least 1 through 3 find as much confirmation as one might expect in the Quran itself. In other words, the doctrine depiction of Muhammad, at least on these points, is fundamentally accurate. The most intractable problem lies in the 4th line item. The prophets claim to possess the keys to paradise. This is a harder nut to crack. The key to paradise motif attached to Muhammad by the doctrine is at the forefront of the analysis in the remainder of this chapter. It must be read, I argue, against the backdrop of 2 literary traditions that of the Christian literature of late antiquity, especially in the Syriac-speaking traditions of the East, on the one hand, and on the hitherto neglected corner of the early Islamic traditions, in particular the early Hadith corpus, blah, 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 blah. Let's quickly see. Proto-Christian is the key to paradise motif evokes Christian conception of apostolic authority. In late antique literature, possessing the keys to the kingdom of heaven is attached to the clerical leaders of the church and their stewardship of the authority conferred by Christ on his disciples. The 4th century Syriac-speaking aesthetic Afaret refers to Christian bishops as the keepers of the keys. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
He said that.
Isn't that interesting? Right?
It is.
That this particular prophet that came amongst the Saracens, right, was claiming to be a bishop if he holds the key to heaven. Imagine
Nah,
that.
he didn't. Nah, that's.
Well,
Was he bishop though? Was he bishop?
I'm not saying that your Muhammad
The
did.
source
Wait,
does
wait,
not
Was he
wait,
bishop
wait,
indicate
though?
that,
wait,
bro.
wait, wait,
You're doing exegesis. You're
wait,
reading into the
wait,
source like what we do with the
wait,
Quran. Don't play those things. Keep
wait,
the same energy, please, sir.
wait. Okay, keep your mics muted until I tell you otherwise. Right? The doctrine of Jacobi has this information, right? And the 4th point, which was holding the keys to paradise or heaven, whatever the case is, right? Like everybody's at odds because what does this mean? Clearly, Muhammad of Islam, that can't be about him, right? But there was another prophet that was around that did say he was a bishop and was coming in the lineage of apostasy. So the question is, right, who does this align with most? Your Muhammad or the Abyssinian Muhammad? That's all.
My Muhammad, because the timeline, number
Yeah.
one, is totally different. Number two, except for Islamic sources, we have no evidence that your Muhammad Qusay was going around propagating to anyone. And furthermore,
Yeah.
whoever was
See what you just did there?
wait, whoever was
No,
propagating their Christianity,
Mute my
it
man.
didn't reach to them kind of Jews. It wouldn't have been that crowd based on your Muhammad Qusay. It wouldn't have been that crowd. So they wouldn't have been talking about him anyway.
You see here, yeah, I would say what you said prior to when someone else brought up a source. I would say we should go to the actual source because this is a scholar's interpretation.
Yeah, it is the scholar's interpretation, right?
So could we go to the actual source then and see what the source says?
We could. I'm just want to before we do that.
Bring it up.
You can bring it. You can bring it up, but before we do all of that, yeah, I'm just asking the simple question: does your Muhammad, according to what it means from a Christian perspective, the keys to paradise motif evokes, it says it here, Christian conceptions of apostolic authority.
No, that's reading into it, man. I'm sorry, man.
That's fine. That's fine if it's
Jews.
That's fine if it's reading into it, right? They weren't.
Why is that fine now? No, it can't be fine because
it's true.
When talking about the Quran, it weren't fine. Keep the same energy.
It's true. It's true. He's got a point. Akan's got a point. Because when I brought up the King's List, I think with the other things you said it was a scholar's interpretation.
You're saying Ben scholar's interpretation with the Quran.
You were saying that before.
You're not getting it correct. What I'm saying to you,
cool, explain. Maybe I'm missing something.
Before is do not misunderstand what you're reading. In the sense in the sense that, it's not Ethiopians saying that this king. Sorry, no, that's even a wrong statement I'm making. It's not Ethiopians, historiographers in that time period saying, yes, this king, Adrius, is the one that took in your people, right? It's just simply saying that the scholars are saying that based upon the time frame, these two coincide. So I was making it clear because some people could misread what they're reading.
Callum, don't worry, just make your
cool.
point with this.
Now over here, right? The keys to paradise. They've seen a word, right? Called the keys to paradise, and they need to make it. They're trying to explain what this means as a motive, right? And it says it's not me making. It's like, oh, Callum, I'm not making this shit up because it could have said anything, right? It could have said anything, right? Keys to paradise motive evokes Christian conception of apostolic authority. In late antique literature, possessing the key to the kingdom of heaven.
Apostolic, correct?
Apostolic, yes.
Apostle, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
In late antique literature, possessing the keys to the kingdom of heaven is attached to the clerical leaders of the church and the stewardship of the authority conferred by Christ on his disciples. The 4th century Syriac-speaking ascetic Arafat refers to Christian bishops as keepers of the keys. So,
cool. But is it apostolic?
Yes.
Yes. So apostles will be saying them quotes, correct?
they wouldn't be saying those quotes. They would be referred to as the keepers of the keys. If you know about
Okay.
Peter was the
So
keeper of the key. Go ahead.
so that means it would still correlate with what the Muslims are saying with the Prophet Muhammad being a messenger, correct?
I don't have no problem. I'm not saying this even wrong. I'm not even saying anything. I'm just simply saying, who does it sound like? Who does it sound like? That's
It
all.
sounds like with the Muhammad we know because of the timeline.
Okay, so if you want
Your
to say
Muhammad
if
is 5, he's not. We're not going 5.
what do you mean timeline?
No way.
What timeline do you have here?
This one, this day,
My prophet would have
Jacobi.
my prophet would have been dead. I would assume during this time, and your prophet was surely dead
No,
during this time.
the Jacobi letters dates to 634, 632, 634, 634, 634.
And your prophet was dead, right? So
Yes.
what are you saying? What exactly are you saying?
Yeah, he died not too long after this narrative was spoken.
Not too long before, you mean?
What do you mean? No, not too long after. For all they know, he was still alive.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah, I just want to go to the source, the actual sources.
Cool.
The actual
If you
sources.
you're saying that your prophet died after the year 634, yeah?
No, that's wrong. That's incorrect.
No, I'll see the Prophet died 630 or 620. Hold on, stuff.
I know what I said was correct. Yeah. You're saying not long after. I'm saying not long before. Like
death.
You're right, Callum.
I know. I know I'm right. I talk like Trey Rags now. I know I'm right. You gonna run me that. I know you gonna run me that. But anyway, do you catch it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but William, yeah, Wayne.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Anyways,
hey, listening. You've got to.
It's 2:00.
You've
I
got
was
to
be let him in
the
that
timeline of his Muhammad. At the end of the day, yeah, what you have to bear in mind, what Callum is saying is, his Muhammad somehow is greater than Abraha. Just remember that. Just remember that's technically what he's saying.
Yeah. But you see this, if we go to the source here, this would indicate that
the Prophet died at 632. Yeah, I was correct. Yeah, 632. I was gonna say so. I don't know why I said 632. So yeah, they probably thought he was still alive because even the way they're talking about it as if he was alive. Who said they knew he was dead straight away? No.
But this time frame is way off from the Christian Muhammad, though.
The Jacobi letter is hold on, year of Jacobi doctrine. It goes back to. Oh, come on, man! I saw that this
634.
634, yeah.
Yeah, which is way out from the Christian Muhammad.
That's what I'm trying to tell him. That's why I'm laughing. Because that's what I'm saying. If it is his Muhammad,
this was against you though. This was against you. Yeah,
it's way higher than Abraha. Way. All this bigging up Abraha is irrelevant because this one is still being mentioned, even in inscriptions. Because remember, the inscriptions is after that letter as well. So that's when you start to see a lot of inscriptions of this and that and his community coming into life. You get it? That letter goes in line with with history itself, with the expansion of the Islamic empire. It goes in line with it. His one don't go in line. They didn't, the Byzantines and all of that got conquered, bro. Why are they talking about something that is 100 years ago? Like what's the relevance of that? What is it? You know what I mean? Like, am I wrong? Am I bugging out?
No, I get what you're saying.
So,
and also, this falls in line with the you're gone.
I just want to know, you see, I like this, You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask you guys, just because we're going to bring up history. I love history. I love history. So what I'm going to do is stop this, and this is going to be like my last ones. Anyway, I just want to know from you guys the answer to some of these questions. I'm bringing up Islamic awareness for you guys, right? I know you lot shouldn't have no problem with this. I just want to know, according to the Maronite Chronicle, it says here, in July the same year, the emirs and many Arabs gathered and gave something, Muawiyah their allegiance, right? Then an order went out, blah, blah, blah. Let me quickly keep going. Furthermore, Muawiyah did not wear a crown like other kings in the world. He placed his throne in Damascus and refused to go to the seat of Muhammad. I just want to know, what is the seat of Muhammad anyway?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
That sounds
I'm not
something
aware
like the
of that.
seat of Moses. That sounds something Jewish, not Christian. But
The
yeah,
seal
go
or the
on.
seat? The
Seat.
way I ask it.
Seat. The seat of Muhammad.
That
Muhammad.
sounds like a
Someone
seat of
seat
authority.
Muhammad.
Sounds like seat of authority. I don't know what it is. You tell me, Callum, please.
No, I'm just saying.
I
I know my Muhammad had a seat, but I was wondering what
Callum,
your seat
stop
of Muhammad
it.
was.
Callum, stop.
I'm just doing that. I'm asking the question. I can answer.
You know
I can
what?
answer based on my
Kudos to
Muhammad,
you,
but I'm
though.
asking you,
Kudos
what's
to
your
you.
Muhammad
You are
seat?
trying, innit?
What's your
You
Muhammad
are
seat?
trying, innit?
No, I'm not even. I'm asking you on a genuine level. Like we're looking at the early non-Muslim references to your Muhammad. Sorry, to Muhammad, to a Muhammad. I just want to know, like, what is the seat of Muhammad? Let me quickly go up here, right? Okay, cool. The merchant story, anyways, he taught them to recognize the God of Abraham, especially because he was learnt and informed in the history of Moses. Now, because the command was from on high, at a single order, they all came together in unity of religion. Abandoning their vain cults, they turned to the living God who had appeared to their father Abraham. So Muhammad legislated for them not to eat carrion, not to drink wine, not to speak falsely,
what page is that on Islamic
and not
awareness?
to engage. I don't know if there's any pages like that. In fornication, he said, with an oath,
Can you big up
God
the screen?
promised
Can't see it properly.
this land to Abraham and his seed after, and he brought upon a promise during blah, 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 blah. But now you are the sons of Abraham, and the promise, Abraham's seed for you, love you sincerely, etc., etc., etc. I want to know these questions real quickly, right? So this is talking about, Muhammad. What is the command?
Is it Sibius?
No. Yes, this is Sabius. I want to know, what is this command
Okay,
from
Sabius,
on?
okay.
What is this command from on high?
What are you reading
on
from? Outside sources.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Hold on. I recognize that name.
Anyways, that on a single command, single order, they all came together in unity of religion. What does this mean?
Muhammad.
Can anybody give me an answer to that before I go?
What's that? Okay, which one?
I'm asking. Ain't that the outside source that talks about him, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. What do you call it? Sorry, because I was trying to look for what you was reading and I weren't reading along with you.
That's fine.
My question to you is, I'm on the page now. I'm on the page.
My question
Where
is,
was you reading from?
Now, because the command was from on high, at a single order, they all came together in unity of religion. What does that mean?
Chronicle. What's it? A chronicle of? Because CBS cool. At the time, a man from a
you don't need to read out loud. You don't need to read out loud. You have to respect everybody else. I want to know, what does it mean now, because the command was from on high, at a single order, they all came together in unity of religion. What does that mean?
Hold on, I'm reading. Hold on.
You don't need to read. I'm asking you a simple, direct question.
Cool. What are you asking? Go on.
And I'm asking not you. I'm asking everybody on the panel. What does that mean?
Yeah, I would say just from the language, I would say it's symbolic from saying like from on high, from God.
I wasn't reading your page, sir. I was reading my page, sir. Now, because the command was from on high, at a single order, they all came together in unity of religion. I don't get what you're trying to say. What are you trying to say? Now, because the command was from, are you taking that literal, basically?
I'm asking you, what does it mean?
I don't know what it means. What you're saying is Jesus.
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying that when you guys want to do history with me, yeah, and you want to move away from your Islamic sources and you actually want to go into history, I want you guys to, digest this. Go on to Islamic awareness. So you don't need to go to, I don't know, wherever else. Go to somewhere that Muslims have done themselves.
That's where I provided the inscriptions, though. And I read this website earlier on.
I know you have, yeah. So I want you to just go there and just explain these things to me. Like explain what does that mean? How does that tie into your Muhammad? That's all.
No, but I don't get what you're trying to say. What are you trying to say?
to explain it to me.
Okay, on high. What are you trying to say?
You don't get either.
You know, like
Just
real
explain
talk.
it.
Like when I'm saying I'm not
You don't
being
get either.
cocky, I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, I'm asking you to explain it. What does it mean?
Why did you pick that? What does that mean?
Because it's one of the first points that they make. Right? Let's.
But why did you find that intriguing? What is
Remix.
so about it?
It's just very intriguing to me.
Hello, fam. No, I'm genuinely want to know, but it's like you're running.
You don't find it intriguing. I'm asking you. You don't find that intriguing,
bro? Unless you're gonna say what it is, bro.
I don't know.
Then I don't get what you're trying to do. It's not even that I don't know. I don't get what you're trying to do, bro.
Okay, cool. So you have this, right? All of this stuff is the historical accounts, non-Muslim accounts of a Muhammad and a prophet. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I'm simply saying is, how do we marry this historical non-Muslim stuff with your Muslim stuff? You need to now explain it to me. What does this mean? It says here, okay, look, I'll even start from the beginning, yeah? So the question is, was Muhammad a merchant? Yes or no? If by God's command appeared to them as a preacher. So, was he a preacher? He taught them to recognize the God of Abraham. Is that what he did? Especially because he was learnt and informed in the history of Moses. What does that mean to be learnt and informed? Are you saying that this man was able to read and able to read the laws and the books of Moses? What does it mean? Like, explain it to me. Because I know if this was me,
pause.
hold on. Let me finish. Because if it was me, I'm sure you guys will be asking me these questions to explain, right? Now, because the command was from on high and a single order, they all came together in unity of religion. Explain that. Abandoning their vain cults, they turned to the living God who had appeared to their father Abraham. So, Muhammad
watch this.
Legislated for them.
Oh my God. Callum.
All of that, I'm simply saying, I don't want you to do it today because I'm tired, right? I'm simply saying, when you guys got time, yeah, you see how I produce shows and do stuff? Like, I would love for you to prove the historicity of your Muhammad. It's quite easy to do because it's all laid out there for you.
Michael Wayne and Comma Jed.
Yeah.
Can we all agree, that the Ethiopian Christians hated the Jews? Can we all agree on that? In their narratives as well, the way they talk about the Jews, even in the Kebra Negus, it's not nice, correct?
I wouldn't say that because historically it have a Jewish presence in Ethiopia as well.
Yeah,
they had a Jewish presence in Ethiopia as well.
Yeah, there was hostility. There was
definitely hostility, correct? Cool.
Yeah.
You see the Islamic Muhammad, there was definitely hostility with Jews, correct?
Yeah.
But wasn't his main teaching about the God of Abraham?
Yep.
And didn't he talk about Moses?
Yep.
So we can link these teachings to that Muhammad, then he's Muhammad, because he's Muhammad would have been at war with the Jews. There's nothing good to say about them, bro. If we read the Kebra Negus, it's not good.
If you know anything about Ethiopian Christianity, it heavily imbibed with Hebraic symbols and that kind of tradition. So they come from a Judeo-Christian kind of matrix in Ethiopia.
Yeah, definitely. But when you read about like their view on the Jews, is war. It's not. They ain't got good things to talk about them.
Well,
before you allow him to say that, and come on, before you allow him to say that, source your site. Where'd you get that from?
The Kebra Negus.
Kebra Negas
Maybe.
says what?
It's not even just the Kebra Nagas. Their view, the Kebra Nagas, and I don't know, they're hidden. You know, their other books. They just
I
got
understand
a
what you're
bad view
trying
of
to
the
get
Jews, bro.
towards, but the basic Ethiopian thing 101 is that the national story is that they come from Solomonic lineage and
Yeah,
things
we
like that.
know that,
Right.
but
So
we're
you
talking
can't say
about
that
the
they constantly
Jews
fighting
as a religion. Do you know the Jewish people as a group, that religious group? They haven't got good things to say about the group, not the lineage, not the Israelite lineage, the
I know, but
Jewish
I
community.
understand what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is in Ethiopia, they reverence Hebraic culture and they just practice
I
and
know that,
keep
and I'm
up
not
them kind of
denying that,
things.
Ankoma. I'm not denying that. I'm saying the group, the Ahyuda or Huda, sometimes they call them, that group. They ain't got good things to say about them from the time from Abraha's time. They ain't got nothing good to say about them, bro.
Well, you have to source from Abraha time, like what Kalam asking, because some things where you're saying you're painting it with a broad brush, where it kind of doing a
What?
disservice
Okay,
to the
I just brought
information.
up a
But
source, the
no,
Kebra
no, but here
Nagas.
what happen,
What do
you
should,
can't just keep
do you
interjecting
know?
when man talking in the middle of man talking. You can't just interject like
I
that, brother.
said the
Yeah,
Kebra
you
Nagas.
can't
You
keep
just said,
doing that. You
well,
can't keep
you
doing
just
that.
said bring up a source. I said the
That's
Kebra
not how
Nagas.
you just do reasoning. You can't just talk over our next man just sooner, but you understand? So it just basic.
Yeah, but Kadam, see from what you've shown, yeah, you've just shown sources that again corroborate with the Islamic Muhammad.
You
It's
know what?
not that deep,
Do you know what I've done? No, we need to mute you
Yeah.
because you keep
It's
over
not
talking.
that deep,
No, you
bro.
keep
It's
over
not. It's
talking.
like I'm the problem, but I get it though.
No,
Because
but you are
my
over talking people.
questions is not getting answered. It's true though.
You
It's
are
not
over
getting
talking.
answered.
Okay, so the reason why I brought that up, right, is because as I
Yes,
said, I want to do M for M, yeah, M for M.
No M for M, bro.
So
We need to go on a proper panel.
So-
Nothing to do with your panel.
So with M for M, yeah, we can do it like this: my Muhammad versus your Muhammad. Which one is this talking about? It's that simple. I'm here to be proven wrong.
I think it's yeah. I would say he's talking about the Islamic, the Islamic Prophet Muhammad.
Of course you would. But we're gonna go into it.
Why do you say that?
Another
say
show
that?
because we've realized the biasness within inside of scholarship. Even in this book that I was reading out of, they even tell you that all scholars just immediately go straight there. It's like, why do you immediately go straight there, right? And why
they give you reasons? They give you
no. Hold on. Why do we not talk about the other prophets that were circulating in Arabia at that time? Why are we now just defaulting, even when it doesn't say Muhammad and it just talks about a prophet that had risen and so forth? Why are we immediately going to the Muhammad?
It does say it says Muhammad.
Do you see, Akan, how you're interjecting? Do you see how you're interjecting? Yeah, again.
No, but what did you just say? That's what you're doing with your guy.
No, I get why he's laughing because it does say Muhammad though. But
yeah, but what the man showing you have Muhammad as a title, so it's not just it don't just mean Islamic
It's not
Muhammad.
even that. I said to you, listen, mute your mic. Okay, we're talking about the non-Islamic, non-Muslim sources. I'm saying why do scholars, everybody, just jump towards Muhammad, even when Muhammad is not being mentioned and is talking about a prophet has arisen, etc., etc. Okay, you will go into the other records. You'll see that a prophet has come or something has come and etc., etc. But immediately everybody's saying it's Muhammad. I'm not saying specifically this particular line that we've got highlighted, right? We have other stuff. Why are we jumping straight there when we know during the life of Muhammad, let's say, for example, there was other prophets that was around, other people that you may want to call them false prophets, etc. So why are we jumping?
It was not your prophet though.
But they
Why are
described them
we
though.
jumping?
They described.
I'm confused. It weren't your guy. Different timeline. Remember,
No, but
my
Callum,
Muhammad, M for M. Remember M for M. Please remember M for
but
M.
in these
Bro,
sources, he's described.
it's wild, bro.
In these sources, this is described. Who's described?
Muhammad.
How is he described?
So it says, the one from Sibis, right? Yeah.
No, I'm
Firstly,
just talking
Islam
about all of the non-Muslim sources. I'm saying all of the
Yeah.
non-Muslim sources. Why are we just immediately jumping to the Muhammad of Islam?
Bro,
Why?
it can't be your Muhammad.
Well,
I am
firstly,
not saying
Even
my
if we're jumping,
Muhammad.
it could never
Listen
be
to me.
yours.
Listen to me carefully. I am not
I
saying
understand what you're
my Muhammad. I said there is loads of other prophets. Why are we
It's
simply
M for
jumping
M right now,
there?
man. I don't get what's going on. It's M
I know
for
you
M.
don't. I
My
know you don't.
Muhammad
I know.
didn't
I
have
know you
Abdullah
don't. I
versus
know you don't.
Muhammad Qusay.
I know you don't.
Why
Let's
you jumping to
no,
it
no,
could
no.
be
Look,
Muhammad
look,
Qusay.
look. For example, right here. I don't know. No, is it on the screen?
Cool.
What can you tell
Sibis,
me
yeah?
about the prophet who has appeared with the Saracen? Right, Muhammad. The name Muhammad. I'm just looking just to make sure the name Muhammad is not being mentioned. Right? Why are we now initially? Why are we just jumping to Muhammad? Why can't it be any other prophet that is around? Why are we just jumping? Hold on. Why are we just
Because-
jumping to Muhammad?
It does say Muhammad.
Because wait. Because the timeline the Muslims was linked with the Saracens is roughly the time period that name Muhammad is being mentioned amongst them. Other than that Jacobi letter, you could never ever find Muhammad around the Saracens around the 5th century, 6th century, early 6th century. Could never ever.
Oh, you don't even hear me, man. You're not hearing me.
But the sources do mention Muhammad though.
Okay, let me see if you. I don't know if if it's just me being tired or it's late or I am not being clear. Like right now, I have up right now, yeah, a source, yeah, right here,
Yeah.
okay. It does not mention the name Muhammad at all, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong or right in saying that?
Bro.
Sorry, I was still looking at the Sibis one.
Okay,
bro.
Cool.
If it don't mention
Cool.
him or not, it's not
Cool.
your
So I'm
Muhammad.
not.
Even if it's not our
Yeah.
Muhammad,
Do you know what?
fine. It's
I know
not
I'm
your
tired.
Muhammad.
I know I'm
That's
tired.
M
Do you know
for
how I know
M.
I'm tired?
Done.
Because I don't have any patience for nonsense now. This is how I know I'm tired, right? You're jumping to something completely separate. I asked the question, why are we jumping to Muhammad of Islam when it doesn't
my guy,
make mention
I'm not
of
jumping.
any Muhammad? We initially jumped to Muhammad of Islam. There are other individuals that claim to be prophets. Hold on, I'm talking. That claim to be prophets, right? Islamic records would tell you that there are other people during the lifetime of Muhammad that claim to be prophets.
Problem.
Hold on, I'm not finished talking. After Muhammad has died, yeah, you have the whole Ridda wars that's taking place, the apostasy wars that's taking place, that people are claiming to be prophets. Why are we jumping to say, for example, yeah, that this doctrine of Jacobi is talking about Muhammad of Islam when there are other people involved? Clearly, there is a biasness that's there.
Fine,
does that make sense?
Callum, at the end of the day, it's not your Muhammad.
I don't care if it is or isn't.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's not my point. That's beyond the point.
Fine. That's fine.
Okay. Anyways, family.
Where I could see this document, so I could read it. Kalam.
All right. So it's Islamic awareness. Islamic awareness, and just type in non-Muslim Islamic awareness non-Muslims sources on Google, and it should just come up. I tell you what, yeah, just do that. Otherwise, a very good book is by, I think it's Robert Hoyland, Seeing Islam as Others Saw. Seeing Islam as Others Saw It.
Because I even doing some little side reading and thing while I listening along now.
Yes.
And it seemed like even this name, the Muhammad bin Qusay, that come like if that and all coming out of the Islamic
100% coming out of Islamic stuff.
writing. So it's not even like if it's a like if we go into the epigraphy and the inscriptions, it have other characters who would have be like the bishops and the religious leaders underneath Abraha, and they had a name for some of them and thing too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and he even said that he was the only bishop of Abraha. That's another thing.
no, well,
Abraha could
like
have
they
had
have a
many
name
more.
for they have a name named Abraham was one of them. You know what I mean? And they have Yazid. It has some names of the clergy members and thing on the inscriptions. You understand?
No, those were generals that you're talking about.
All right. Well, it had the name of a priest. I'm gonna draw for one for him. It have Harith bin Kab, chief of that was the chief of Najran, they say. But
Yeah, but Callum, there's other there's lots of other sources that mention Muhammad and describe it and describe him and have clear descriptions of him. So to be fair, I haven't looked into the source that you brought up too much, but
two
there are
names
other
I see
sources.
in here. Two names I see in Kalam is Yazid bin Kabshat and Kis bin Gailan, Bishop of Zafar. Them is some names coming as high-ranking Christian clerics.
Yeah, definitely was at Abba Qasim. They was definitely Abba Qasim as well.
Where'd you get that from? That's very interesting to see. Where'd you get that from?
Me talking to?
Yeah.
At they saying that on the Muraigan Dam inscription,
Mm-hmm.
with they saying same CIH 51541 and they have the code RY 506.
What line?
I'll go to
Don't worry. So you're saying that they're saying that these individuals were bishops?
Yeah, they say the Muragan Dam inscription commemorates Abraha's repair of the Murab Dam and lists his Christian allies. Religious figures mentioned Kis bin Gailan, Bishop of Zafar, right, high-ranking Christian cleric, and then they say Yazid bin Kabshat, a local Yemeni priest. That two
Where'd you see that on?
Hey, bro, I'm covering my face as he's reading.
I don't know why he catching kicks off and thing, because we just talking,
bro,
like normal.
Because it's not talking about he's Muhammad. That's the point.
I know, but relax, because what I'm saying is the Muhammad bin Qusay thing. It come like that name come up in the Islamic tradition. You understand? So even that could be a name what they're applying onto the actual bishop who would be around then.
But the name Muhammad, the name Muhammad existed within their tradition though, their language. They've got their name Muhammad in that Sabiac language.
Akoma, can you?
Right, but it's not so much a personal. It is a personal name, but it's also a title like an appellation or somebody who venerated or something like that. Now you understand? So,
could you send the link to that where you're reading from, please?
Yeah. No, it should be there though.
All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pull the exact citation for you so I could give it to you, because I was punching in certain prompts into the AI and it producing these things for me. But I'm going to search the exact line citation for you.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. Let me go on my Google Drive. It should be there, but it's hiding. Let me find it. CIH. But if that's true, what you're saying, Ankoma, that cuts Callum's whole argument, because now I can say it's them, not his one.
I don't think it cuts his argument.
It does.
It's kind of no. It could work this kind of substantiated, because what basically
the name Muhammad exists within their region. It cuts his argument. He has to prove that person was called Muhammad, bro.
Well, that's you arguing a different line of argument than why I arguing. You know what I mean? So
no, what are you saying? Let me understand. What are you trying to say?
I saying that we could try coming like we following up on what Callum bringing forward about our religious religious leaders who was moving around under Abraha dominion then, right? So and then when I'm trying to find the historical evidence of this of religious leaders under Abraha is these kind of names or whatever. It have certain inscriptions that have the certain clergy and certain
No,
important
I get
people.
what you're saying still.
Right. So all I'm saying is with the Muhammad bin Qusay now, they saying that name show up in the later Islamic writings about or so, right? So
Yeah.
he's saying that come like if that could be a literary construct, then what kind of just putting on to a historical character from
Then
the
you know
time.
what Callum's gonna have to say then? He's gonna have to say Muhammad al-Quzay is not from the Khuzaa tribe and that the name al-Quzay is just another nickname or another like a kunya or something, man, a name attached to it. It can't be him being linked to the Khuzaa tribe because it's linking him to certain people which you're gonna have to prove it was one of them priests.
Anyways, yo, family tree. It's late. I think the show's been running for over 4 hours.
Yo, it's been running.
You know what?
Yeah.
Let me get our source for you before you close the show so that you could follow up on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before you close. Yeah, we're going on.
Yeah, you was turned up today.
We're going on.
We drew you out today.
You haven't done anything yet, man.
Right, but where are you?
No, we got you down. Like, Callum's feeling some type of way. Yeah.
I'm
You
tired.
didn't see the text as you went
So-
to bring
Hey,
you.
Michael, wait, no, like.
With my tiredness, yeah, I'll be real with you. I don't have patience for nonsense.
No, it's not, man. Yo, you are still big bro, man. You are the sensei. Don't worry, man. Your title's still there.
All right, I'm coming for you just now, right? I'm doing something. Yeah, coming.
So cool. This is what I want my Akan and Michael Wayne. Love for you to do this, right? I want you to go deep into just choose one. Just choose one of the non-Muslim sources that's on Islamic website, right? And then use that to prove the historicity of your Muhammad.
I think you've already done it.
No,
I'm not even started. I'm just doing.
I think you've already done it for us.
If I do a presentation and all of that, I don't know if you're ready to put me up because if I take time and do time, you're not gonna do a show again about the Abraha and Muhammad. I promise you, wallahi. If I take time, if I really do it, Callum, you're not gonna do it.
Respectfully, as I said to you before, yeah.
I'm just picking. I'm just going off my head. If I do presentation, I've got presentations based on what I'll teach my son separately. So if I take time and do something like this on like big things, bro, man, Callum, man, it's like I'm just talking, having a talk with you. I don't want to go that hard out, and it's like,
you kind of proved the point because you were saying that why are they reading into the sources? But then you showed the source where it does cite Muhammad.
Yeah. There's you can definitely use the sources to prove you're Muhammad. That's why I'm telling you to do it.
I'm saying, but
it's been done.
What I'm saying to you is, what more do you want?
Nah,
if you have a name,
Adam's trying to do something here. Still,
I'm not sure. I'm following your because what I'm.
I get what you're trying to do, man.
What more do you want than like?
Okay, no. It's Titans TV.
When you put up Sibius,
it's Titan.
There was a name. There was a name. There was an area.
No, but Callum, how do you do the thing on the screen? I don't know how to do all what you do on the screen, bro.
There's so much. that ties into that. So I'm not sure what more do you
Hey,
want.
Callum, if you let me do whatever that on the screen, then I can do a little something. I'll work
There should be
something.
3 buttons. There should be 3 dots. You click on that, and it should tell you to present.
It
Callum,
says
I
what? It
have
says
That's
the
more.
it is.
exact citation for those 2 characters, eh?
Mhm.
If it is you want it.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
say
please.
But Callum,
they say
just a genuine question though. A genuine question, yeah. What more do you want? Because you just showed us you showed us yourselves a source from Zibius who
Yeah, how
names.
do you do the thing, Callum?
Sorry, okay, 1 second, yeah. You showed us a source, yeah, where it shows his name's Muhammad. He's from Arabia. He has followers. He's talking. He's a religious preacher. He emphasizes Moses and Abraham.
Not
He
Sabius.
invades.
That's not Sabius.
His
That's
followers invade the Middle East. Like it's a. I'm trying to understand here. What more do you want? Plus, you have the backing of modern scholars who say yes, this is talking about this is speaking about the Prophet Muhammad, and it gives not only am I appealing to authority, but it gives the actual reasons why. So I don't know what more do you want.
You know, I want for you guys to internalize that information. If you're Muslim, internalize that information and use it to actually prove that your Muhammad exists. Jump into the realm of history and utilize historic information to prove it. Don't just parrot it, but actually learn it and ingest it so you can teach others it. That's all I'm asking you to
Answer
do.
my question. You ask my question.
Nah, he's doing set, man. He's doing mind games, man.
Yeah, maybe I'm doing mind games.
It's set,
Because when it comes
I feel
like you're just like styling that because I don't understand what you've.
Because when it comes to it now being critiqued, right? So what scholarship?
Please critique it. I'm asking you. You like what?
So what scholarship? What scholarship does is now critique that information. They now go into the textual criticism of it to figure out when was this actually created? Was this done in 634 or was this done in 670, for example? Right?
Yeah.
So what does this mean for that? What is like? There's a whole list of stuff that really.
I know the list. I'm familiar with it.
Cool. So I want you guys to start utilizing the historic method, so that you can come into my world and then I can actually have good conversations and discussions and debates with you guys.
Yeah, but you see, Callum.
No, he's not objecting, man. He's not. No. Hey, Wayne, listen.
Yeah.
I get what he's doing, bro. He just wants man to up man's level and demonstrate and prove it, innit? He has to, whatever he's doing, he has to do a certain thing to, like, it's not, I don't know. I'm not saying he's trying to annoy, but he has to do what he's doing, innit? I get what he's doing, bro. He just wants us to prove and show, innit? That's it, innit? If man can prove and show, he ain't got a problem.
There you go. All right, Ankoma, talk to me, my guy.
Yeah, I just had the two citation for them 2 characters there. They say Muraigan 1 inscription on line 5. It talk about Kis, son of Galen, bishop of Zafar. And then
wait, sorry, can you share your screen? Can you share your screen with your
Yeah, how do you share the screen, Callum? You said the 3 dots where it says more, right?
1 second.
Yep.
It's not showing, it's just saying comments and settings.
You maybe because you're on the phone, maybe.
Right. You're seeing my screen there, Callum.
At this stage.
All right, so here, this one here.
Okay. Inscription says 541 and right one. Line 5. Say Hayes ibn Galen, Bishop of Zafar. How did it come to the Bishop of Zafar though?
They say Askun Zafar Cite.
Okay, let's go on to CIH 541.
Going to Rickman 506. That's what they have it as. The real Rickman 506. You see this? This thing here of all of them, But I kind of get a problem to search around. These are all the inscriptions from Saudi Arabia inside it.
Okay, so it's
I
not.
know
It's not. Okay, is it RY06? You're saying RY what?
it's RY 506.
506. Okay, because it's definitely not on the Marib Dam one. Let's go here. Okay, cool. 5. And can you bring it up again so I can see it?
It says Case Bin Galen Akun Zafar.
Okay.
Oh,
Case
shit.
Bin-
Oh shit.
Is anyone Muslim here?
Yo, Ankoma, big up, man. Yo, Ankoma, yo, big up, man.
Yeah, man, blessings.
Yeah, man.
Oh, you're Muslim.
So that doesn't. That's not there.
It's not there.
Indeed,
I'm talking about scholarship and bring up ChatGPT.
you have a Rickman's 506 there,
Yep.
and we have
Are you saying it's line 5?
they have it as line 5. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I am presenting my screen right now, but let's just quickly show you on mine so you can see. Do-do-do-do-do. That's the problem with the whole like ChatGPT stuff.
And I know what you mean. Like it might kind of shoot out fraudulent.
Yeah. So case, you have the KYSN. This is line 5. So I'm trying to see what's in your one that's not in mine, because what you're saying is not there.
All right, but you have to
Let me
read.
add you back to stage again. Hold on, let me remove this.
Go to line 5 in English.
Hold on, let me add you to stage again.
You have to get to the point of the inscription. We're talking about the Christian people who was there.
So if we read it, it says here, and these 2 commanders of the army were present against Bani Amram. There's nothing there to say Christian anything. So that's why I'm like, huh? I'm lost.
I'm gonna have to pull this up. I'm gonna have to pull it directly for you.
Callum, hit with the bang.
No, this is what I mean. When we talk about scholarship, we have to bring up the sources. We literally have to always bring up the sources. Because yeah.
I don't think you can find the sources there.
I think I'm on the same page that you're on there, but how did you get into the inventory of the inscriptions then?
So I basically go to let me see. Let's go. So right here, it should just, as soon as you get to it, RY506, it should have the text, and then
I'm
you're
not
able.
saying, but wait, how you even get into search for RY506?
I just Google it. I literally just Google RY506, RY506, and then it takes me right there. So that's there, and then right here, just click on it.
Hey, Callum, why haven't you tried to get your stuff peer reviewed?
To get my stuff peer reviewed by scholars, technically speaking, you will have to be in the field of that studies. My degree is in business administration. It's not in Near Eastern studies.
Okay.
Yeah, but you
So
could
when
write
you were
But
saying people
technically,
on academia were saying
majority
this,
views.
so you saying people on academia were saying this, you're Muhammad, innit?
but technically speaking, I could most probably do a
Oh, no one
master's.
says it.
I could do a
Mm-hmm,
master's degree in this, and then my stuff would be peer reviewed because you will have to put forward your, not your doctorate, you have to put forward your dissertations and stuff, and then you could publish it. But yeah,
Because to be like, yeah, I get the link you're making between Abraha and stuff, like, and I get between Abraha and not being able to substantiate who the king is in the prophet's time, but don't everything else is just a bit like I can't make out the yeah. I struggle.
I know.
So,
No, one thing
I
kind of
know.
makes
There's a
sense
lot
with
more
is
to
the
do.
Abyssinia bit with
yeah,
the location, but it's like that can still get argued. But the Abyssinian bit, I get him, it can still get argued. But the Najashi and the Muhammad bit is just, boy, man. I know I wouldn't be the only human that would argue with him against that. And there's someone out there that will go harder that he won't even mention that again because it's just so dumb. Now, sorry, I don't know if it's the food that's getting to my head. I'm just eating, just talking.
Just talking like a talking man.
Talking.
There yappa.
Well, I suppose we're getting to the Kalam because what we're getting to is like in the archaeological record,
Mhm.
it have any record of the Muhammad bin Kuzai, or is only in Islamic traditional records?
only in Islamic traditions and records.
Right.
That's why I was arguing with him again.
So what I was putting forward just now, right, was the presence of named individuals under Abraha on some of these inscriptions and things.
Mhm.
And I'm trying to put my finger down onto one. But you understand the logical progression of what I'm talking about
Yeah.
from going from.
Yeah. I can see that, but the only thing I would have to disagree with you, well, I had to disagree with, is because I know it definitely doesn't have anything to do with Bishop in there, and things of that nature.
Okay, well, that
It would only
I
make sense
even
if it's
pushing that like I
correlating with.
put in that, but I'm trying to verify that. Yeah.
You know, it would make sense if it's correlating with the Islamic sources, like what Callum's saying. If you're not really gonna emphasize on the Muhammad Khuzai, then it makes sense what you're saying. But if we take away the Islamic narrative, then I get what Callum's saying. So you're still making a point in a way. That's if you include the Islamic narrative.
But yeah, family tree is late. I've done like the longest show I've done in a long while. You know, and hopefully you lot shouldn't ask for any more shows after this.
Nah, where you
I've
going?
done what I'm supposed to do.
Where you going, man?
Yeah, I've done what I'm supposed to do and giving you guys
Nah,
some
you put in the
gems.
work. You put in the work with this one. It's a good it's definitely a good hypothesis. It's not a rubbish hypothesis. It just can get crumbled. But it's a good, like, just how you're putting it together and doing the math and is interesting. It's very, that if you was in that field of scholar and academia, you would be a problem. That would be problematic, what you're saying. But it can be crushed, 1,000,000%. But yeah, it's a good argument there.
And again, I want to encourage you guys to get into, history and kind of learn the methodologies to see what's going on. So then we can have like real good conversations, man. I just want to have some good conversations on this topic because I like this topic. And I'm just waiting for you guys to
It's
be there.
interesting still. It is. It's got my brain stimulating going into inscriptions and artifacts and all these things. So
yeah. To be fair, then, yeah, same. But
you know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
I
It
don't
is
feel. But
stimulating the
any more
mind,
questions got
innit?
answered, but I get.
I want more.
Yeah,
I
man. It's
want
a
more.
little.
I want more of this, Callum, from different, like not just this, another, whatever you got there, man. We want more smoke.
I ain't got nothing more. I really don't. I really don't. I don't want to waste my time. So
No, I
I
hear
don't
you,
have.
man.
I don't
I hear
have.
you, man.
I literally don't have nothing more. I'll keep with exactly this. And if you guys want to bring up new things that you lot have learned and we can retouch it, then cool.
Yeah, no doubt,
But
no doubt.
otherwise, nah, man.
No doubt, man.
That's long. And Michael, what are you saying? What's your question that you didn't get answered to?
There was like at least 4 questions. It was my. I'm saying. My first question was, if we say we accept this theory, say that the Islamic narrative is essentially concocted from this prior place and has now been repackaged. What I'm saying is I find even a few scholars even argue this. The very idea, how if for, I know you say it goes back to Zubair and stuff, but if, for example, the Umayyads or anyone, if they were how are they able to create this story where all the different sects could agree upon, despite the animosity towards each other,
So give me
and
some.
especially, for example, how did the Umayyads accept that their prophet was a Hashemite? How would the Hashemites be able to convince the Umayyads on that?
Okay. So let's start with one at a time, right? So your first one is, how were they able to convince everybody,
And
right?
the first one is no. The first one was the first question was say, for example, it was some kind of concoction. What I'm saying is, how did all the groups end up agreeing on this very basic narrative?
Okay. So can you give me an example of that basic narrative that you think everybody agrees upon?
Yeah, I can.
Go on.
So it would be, for example, that firstly his name's Muhammad. Yeah. That his father's name is Ibn Abdullah. He lived in Medina. His mother was Amina. His grandfather was Abu Talib. He went from Medina to he went from Mecca to Medina, where he eventually built up a community that fought the Quraysh. I'm saying that
Okay. So there's a lot to.
he was actually a prophet.
Yeah. There's a lot to.
And this is all agreed upon by all the sects.
There's a lot to unpack with everything that you've just said there, right? And a lot of the stuff comes in at different time frames, which again, I always say I don't literally is very much so complicated to untangle everything that you're talking about, and I can understand why you're saying that your question is not being answered, right? Because it is that complex that it can't just be answered so simply. Let me try this actually. Let me try this with you. Do you know how hadith literature became to be accepted amongst all of the different school of fiqh, for example?
Do I know how hadith literature came to be accepted through all of fiqh?
Yeah, schools of fiqh.
Well, they're accepted in schools of fiqh. They're accepted in different ways. Like some schools that have different methodologies. For example,
It was fake
the
first
Malikis.
before hadith.
The Malikis have a different approach, and compared, for example, to the Hanbalis and Shia and
That's cool, but do you know
Shafi. So I
how
don't
they
know what you
became?
mean.
How did they become accepted? Do you know how? Like, Do you know the process?
What, the hadiths?
Yeah.
Well, from what I understand, that there was a around Abdul Malik's time, there was like a proliferation of hadith that started.
The Apple and Hadith, something like that.
That started coming into the landscape and stuff, and so there were attempts to try and decipher between the false hadiths and the true hadiths, and so different schools again different schools came with different approaches in doing so. From my memory, I know that the Shafis were very. This is where, from what I understand, that essentially they started bringing in textual criticism of the actual hadiths, and trying to trace it back, trying to find a trace back, essentially a trace isnad back to the Prophet.
Yeah. So there is, you're almost there, okay? But in terms of how, okay, remember you have the schools of Rai, okay? Let's just say Hanafi and Maliki. Let's just keep it simple, right?
Yeah.
That's what they used. They used nothing to do with hadiths per se. They utilized their own rationale, the reasonings, and drawing from the Quran and just qiyas, analogies, and all them things there. That's how they operated.
Yeah.
Full stop. Then you had, people like the start of the Ahlul Hadith, like the people of traditions. You had Shafi'i, who like really was the starting point to really argue that point. And then obviously it kind of took over with the Hanbalis and everybody else, right? But then that school of thought, i.e. the traditions school of thought, they became very dominant, and it now became like a movement and something in the air. So for example, veganism just became in the air at certain time of our history, and everybody's on it, and and now everywhere is doing like vegan burgers and vegan hot dogs and like places that are just traditionally burger joints that dealt with like red meat is now serving vegan stuff for reasons that we don't even know why they're doing it. They're just doing it because obviously that is in the air right now. So it's kind of so with these traditions, this is kind of what happens, where it just becomes so much in the air, it becomes accepted as a norm, as this is it. Because that school of thought, for example, when you had the is it the Minna trials? Anyways, during that time, like certain things just won over, where everybody just began to accept certain things as just normative, where before they were fighting it. Okay. Then you have political pressures that are involved, i.e. via the caliphs and forces. And, now we're only reading certain things in all of the mosques, etc., etc. This begins to sway and change the narrative over generations and generations. Like, there is so much that goes into it. It's not just a one-word answer or one thing answer. This is the reason why they all agree upon the same thing. There is so much of programming that took place that it just became accepted as a norm.
This is what I'm saying, though. What you do find it in that period is you don't find a monolithic. You don't find a monolithic a society, a culture. You find loads of splitting factions, and you find loads of groups separating around this time. And so that's my very point. What I'm saying is, and not only were they separating, they had hostilities between among one another, and there are vast degree of things that they differ about. What I'm saying is, that there are things, for example, there are things in the if we want to call it the normative narrative that everybody agrees upon. I'm saying, how does that come about? And not only based on the hostility, but some information that we know from the narrative goes against is inexpedient to the essentially the people in power who I'm assuming saying are propagating this. For example, Benu Shams. They were according to narrative, they were one of the opponents of the Prophet. The Prophet himself being from being from being from Benu Hashim, that would go against that would go against that would go against the Umayyad essentially then against what they were trying to fight for, which was legitimacy
So
against specifically the Hashemites. Don't make sense.
okay.
I'm saying easy. I'm saying that I would say the easy answer would be that it was true. I'm saying, or at least everyone believed it was true at the time.
All right. Again, like, see, all of this, yeah, it's so, like, okay, it's so complex, yeah, what we're discussing right now, that my answers would not be satisfactory until you learn, for example, the science of hadith. Let's just utilize the Islamic version, the science of hadith. Over here in the West, we utilize something called the Matan Kum Isnad. That's it. Matan Kum Isnad. Okay. And in that, you'll understand when these narratives or ruwayas or these narrations are made up and when they are made up for political reasons. So initially, when I hear you talk about Banu Shams and Banu Hashim, immediately that's me knowing that this came in during the Abbasid period, right? Because the Abbasid period now has it talking about Banu Hashim. So now we can, we've largened the group away from. Let me do it like this. For example, you have Ahlul Bayt. So Ahlul Bayt initially, for example, the argumentation would have been this was to do with Ali and his people. So therefore, that's that time period. Then let's see, Muawiyah's time period. We're now bigging up Uthman and things of that nature. And we're now, the reason why we want to come in power because we're now, like fighting on behalf of, our Uthman who was assassinated. Cool. Then now you have the Umayyad narrative that's being sprung up. So we're now finding that Abu Sufyan, good stuff about that, blah, 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 blah. Now we've broadened it to the Banu Hashim because now we're doing the Abbasids, which is Abdullah ibn Abbas. So we're now talking about the Abdullah ibn Abbas and his lineage. So now we can't say he is part of, Muhammad's lineage. We can't say that he is Abdullah's, Muhammad's father's something. So now we have to keep going one up until we reach the Hashemites, basically. And then now we are apart from the Hashemites and we are against the Umayyads, who are another clan. It's like, you really have to track it. And me saying this to you, it may not make no sense, where you're going to have to really read it and actually do it yourself, like test it out yourself, learn the methodology and trace back these hadiths. And then you will realize the politics that was involved in creating certain hadiths that then became accepted as norms. So for example, under the Umayyad,
I had to beg your pardon. You're gonna make a little move. So
yes.
I'll catch all you again.
Yes.
Bless up everybody.
Bless.
Yeah, man. Respect.
Love.
Yeah, bless up.
Yeah, my brother came with some serious knowledge though. So yeah, like it's one of those ones where I literally can't answer it for you. You're gonna have to go and do the research yourself, and then you will see it.
I'm saying to you, this is what I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you with this because this is what I've. It's not just me asking these questions. I've heard. There are scholars that make this argument.
Mm-hmm.
They for the existence of for the general skeleton of for the historicity of Muhammad. Like, how are these groups? How like we can see there's a narrative that persists through space and time, which is the basic skeleton of the Prophet's life, and they argue literally that it's like, how do you get these groups who are at tension with each other? How do you get them to agree upon a narrative other than that they must have had something initially that they all agreed upon before there was the before they had the split? It was already fixed in.
I would say that nah.
So what, Callum?
I don't think so.
So what, is it safe to say that you're basically saying Imam Malik as well? He's hadiths made up. He made it up.
I didn't say that. I didn't.
Based on what you're saying with the Umayyads, you can trace when it's from this timeline or that timeline. So what about his hadiths? Could you trace the timeline?
I would say that it's for you to do. I'm not doing nothing like that.
The Muwatta.
It's for you to do.
It goes back to the early. At least I can trace it this early 7th century. At least
I would say learn the science of hadith if you're a Muslim, and then you can tell me. I'm not telling you anything.
Cool.
I'm not doing anybody's homework for anybody. You lot are gonna have to go learn it and become students of knowledge, man. And don't make me say, so Callum, are you saying that Imam Malik? I've never made that claim. Like, why are you going to put that in my mouth like I'm saying these things? Every single time, you know. Cool. Was there another question that I didn't answer of yours, Michael?
Yeah, there was a few other ones.
I just want to make sure. Let me just knock them all out before I go to bed, please. I want to knock out all of them. Were you satisfied with the answer that I just gave you for the last question?
It wasn't really. To be honest, it wasn't really an answer. It was more of you were just giving me the context behind it, but which I was aware of already. But I see what you're. I kind of see what you're alluding to, but I don't say things are answered because it doesn't. So explain what I'm asking.
For me, I'm simply saying you're gonna have to go and do it test it for yourself to understand that these hadiths are made up, and then you're gonna have to understand the history of what took place, how they just became standardized.
Not all hadiths are made up, bro. I get what you mean, but there is some genuine hadiths.
But the thing is, we're not just when the scholars are arguing this, they're not just getting it from hadith.
That's like another thing. It's from tradition. They're not just getting it from
hadith. For example, they're relating it back to certain inscriptions. They're relating it back to non-Muslim sources. They're checking for does this source have anachronisms?
Who are you talking about? Muslims are doing this, or?
Pardon?
Talking about Muslims?
No.
That's like the Israeliyat. That's like
academia.
Yeah.
I get what he's saying. So
it's
there is hadiths like that, though. There is hadiths like that.
Right.
That's where the scholars will say, they'll chat shit about the hadith, like, this info is from philosophy or do you get?
I literally just showed you guys earlier on today, the sons of Khadijah, and we see that scholars, there's accounts of her having 6 sons, up to 6 sons. Some saying she had 1 son, 2 sons, 4 sons, saying that she had 2 twins. Like, cool. If you really want to say that these things are not made up, I just don't understand. I just don't understand what.
You're building a strong man. No one's saying that. You're building a strong man.
So okay. So wait. I just want to get this clear. So we can see. So are we all in agreement that we understand that these hadith manufacturers, some could be legit, some are not, right? Can we see that they were making up stories? Yes or no? Can we see that?
This is not even something that can be argued. Even from the Muslim sources, say that literally. I think I was reading something the other day. I can't remember who said it, but he said that basically it's a Muslim scholar. Somebody who's Muslim. He said how he never saw a religious man lie more than when he was quoting hadith.
Cool, perfect. So
I'm not. I think I missed my point.
no. I've got your point. I just want you to follow my trail of thought, right? So if we can see that they were making up stories, right? Cool.
Yeah.
Now we can see that out of those made up stories, some of them were standardized for reasons we may not even understand now, but they were standardized, right? So, for example, to your knowledge, how many sons did Khadijah have for Muhammad?
I think that 2 or 3.
For one, I remember 2. I remember
Just
2.
choose
I remember
one.
2 from knowledge.
2, yeah? Okay. And Akan, how much do you think?
No, 2.
Now, don't just agree. Just say what you think.
No, it's Ibrahim, Qasim.
I remember because they both died. I remember they both died.
Ibrahim, Qasim. Did they have another one? I think he had another one.
Cool. What are the names of your one, Michael?
From the top of my head, Ibrahim and Qasim.
Okay, that's you. Okay, for Michael, what do you think?
Ibrahim. I remember Ibrahim. Ibrahim's the one that died when he was like 3 or something.
Okay, cool.
And
I think he had another one, Abdullah or something. I think so. I'm guessing right now.
I can't remember his other's name.
Let me check.
No, don't check. I'm just saying from the top of your head. Don't check.
Yeah, I don't know.
Abdullah, Qasim, and what did I just say? Abdullah, Qasim. What was the other one I just said? Ibrahim. Yeah.
Cool. And for you, Michael, what do you say?
From what memory, I think it was 2. I remember Ibrahim. I can't remember the other one.
Cool. All right, cool. So you got these, you got you two, yeah, and then you two, you're going to pass on your own list, okay? Akan's list is 3 sons, yeah. Your list is 2 sons with different names. Cool.
Yeah.
After a while, there is going to be discrepancy. And then when that discrepancy comes up, there's going to say, nope, we definitely know they had 2 sons because, you both said Ibrahim and you both said Qasim. So therefore, Muhammad had 2 sons with Khadijah called X, Y, and Z. Yeah. And then after a while, like people like I don't have no complaints if it doesn't make my life any difficult or not. Like, cool, we're just going to simply accept it as that's just the norm.
Cool. Do you know what it is? I think we're struggling with definitions.
Both of you were just wrong. Both of you were just wrong with your list anyway. But
yeah,
that's how. But I just want to show you how. My point was just to simply show you how we know stories were made up in terms of the children for Khadijah. You two have decided to choose, however many children, the names, right, of these made up children. Then you two would have standardized it amongst the people that follow you because you've just spread it.
I wouldn't have been confident.
Hold on. We're just saying in terms of not you. It doesn't need to necessarily be you in real life. It's just saying.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, if you ask me legit, like if someone came to me for as in like a historical report, as in to say like, can you be sure of this? I literally just asked because it was something that I was confident to tell you, or I'll just because you asked me, I was just doing it for.
Yeah. It's just an example, right? Yeah. And then we can see that your list would have diverged, and then somebody later on in the years would have said, "Oh, there's a divergence because you say 2, the other person says 3," and they would have come together and said, "You know what? We can tell based upon you both are in agreement with these 2 names being the same. We can then deduce that it's just 2 children, and these are the 2 names of those 2 children. And then that 2 list now becomes standardized. Now, the same thing happens in terms of the ancestry. It happens with all the other stories to do with Islam. Every single story, there's but the majority of the stories, there's divergence and everybody's saying something completely different. And after a while, they just standardize something and be like, yeah, that's the norm and this is what we're running with. And everybody else just agrees to it because they don't want no trouble.
I'm not disagreeing about that. I don't have no issue with that. I'm not even, I don't know if I even argued that it was, I don't know if it was like something like that could happen. I wasn't maybe something I said, but I wasn't even arguing anything.
You was basically saying like, how comes they all these different groups who disagree with each other, how comes they all agree on certain key points to do with the Prophet?
Yeah, it's what I'm saying.
And that was an example of how they could have agreed to the same
Yeah,
thing.
but I don't think that's a good example. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because, cool. What I'm speaking about, yeah, is literally at you. Okay, fair enough. You're talking about kids and stuff, yeah. Fair enough. It might escape my state of mind, for example. But we're literally talking about the essentially outside of the Quran, probably the second most important, in fact, the most important individual, yeah, for the Muslims, yeah. And you're saying that essentially no one could corroborate where he was from, who his mother was, who his father was, where he came from, uh, where he migrated to. Like it's not like we're talking about like things like, I don't know, side issues. We're talking about the main issue. What I'm saying is, yeah, I'm not only taking it from the hadiths or the I'm saying outside of I'm saying not only the Islamic sources, but also the sources from also from the non-Muslim sources, also from the works of uh, academia as well, who corroborate this idea. I'll put it another way. I'll put it another way. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll put it another way. Yeah. It's because you know it's difficult if you don't define terms. Yeah. Say for example. Yeah. Okay. I would say, like, what is the criteria for existence? What is the criteria for the Prophet Muhammad existing? What would be the criteria? I would say, yeah, it would be the standard traditional narrative. I'm saying this is what I'm saying. If this can be proved, because you're talking about can it be falsified? Yeah. If this can be proved that as a person named Muhammad, his father's Abdullah, his grandfather's name's Abu Talib, his mother's name's Amina, his wife's Khadijah, his daughter's Fatima. He left Mecca, went to Medina, where he expanded his religious community, which he then initiated in Mecca. And after his death, that same community which he established, he leaves behind, goes on to find the Arab Empire. That's essentially the traditional gist of Muhammad, or what you call the traditional narrative. What I'm saying is, if all this is true, then we can say Muhammad existed, right? Yeah. But now we have, let's just say, the opposing view. Yeah. What is required for Muhammad not to exist? Yeah. It would be that somewhere or someone somewhere or group of people, whatever, they came up with this hypothetical name, Muhammad. They just decided one day to call him Muhammad, or they got it from, according to your theory, they got it from somewhere else, and they just essentially got a story from here, got a story from there, and then put them together. If that is the case, if we can prove that the Muhammad, then the prophet, the historical, the Islamic Muhammad doesn't exist. Yeah. And I understand, yeah, there is a gray area. There is a gray area, because let's say, for example, like the example you can, like the example you gave, for example, yeah. Let's say, for example, in part of that narrative, yeah, we forget his daughter's name, for example, or how many sons he had, for example, how many sons he had. Would that mean, yeah, that he didn't exist? Would take how many details? Yeah, would it take here for him not to exist? So I get there's a grey area. The issue is, for example, is we can't literally we haven't, like, essentially created a specific criteria, and I guess that is subjective. For example, is it going to take 2 or 3 things to say that he doesn't? Is it going to take 2 or 3 things to show that that's the wrong narrative that shows that doesn't exist? Will it take 4 or 5? It's a bit subjective, isn't it? But what I'm saying is that I believe, yeah, that this the normative traditional Muhammad can be proven from the sources. That's what I'm saying.
They can be proven. They can be proven from the sources.
Okay. Let me say with a probable degree. A probable degree.
No, hell no, hell no. That's not how
And
you do
it's what this is good.
that. I would say for existence, you need. I'm trying to remember the criteria, but let's just simply say you need to have independent, multiply attested independent witnesses.
We provided that.
Sources,
or attestations. But all you're simply doing is providing everything from. They're not independent of each other. They're all part of the same milieu of Islamic sources. Can we get something else that's external? Can we get something that is, I don't know.
You literally brought up.
You even brought one. The doctrine of Jacobian.
No. You said you can prove it simply by looking at the Islamic sources, and I'm saying
I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I said that we can get
use the Islamic sources.
Exactly. We can use the Islamic sources. We can use other sources as well. Like I'm not limiting it to just Islamic sources. 4 or 5. It's a bit subjective, isn't it?
Let me just.
What I'm saying is that I believe, yeah, that this the normative traditional Muhammad can be proven from the sources. That's what I'm saying. From the sources. You hear that?
They can be proven from the sources.
Islamic. Let me say with a probable degree.
No, hell no. From
were you wrong?
From what sources were you saying? I'm pretty sure the
From the sources. I didn't see. You said I said Islamic sources. I wasn't saying that. I said from the sources. So the Islamic sources, the non-Islamic sources. We can't literally.
Let me go back because you prefaced
that is
it.
the case, if you can prove that, Muhammad, then or someone somewhere.
Let me go back to your prefacing.
If this can be proved that as a person named Muhammad, he's fucked. I'll put another way. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'll put another way. Yeah. It's because it's difficult if you don't define terms. Yeah. Say for example, yeah. Okay, I would say like, what is the criteria for existence? What is the criteria for the Prophet Muhammad existing? What would be the criteria? I would say, yeah, it would be the standard traditional narrative. I'm saying this is what I'm saying. If this you missed the point. You missed the point. Rewind again. The Prophet Muhammad existing. What would be the criteria? I would say, yeah, it would be the standard traditional narrative. I'm saying. Okay, so let me explain that. Let me explain why I mean by that. What I'm saying is, yeah, the criteria, yeah, of the Islamic narrative. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The standard.
Yeah. So the standard the standard. How do we prove? What is the criteria for proving the standard Islamic narrative? That's what I mean. What is the criteria for proving the standard Islamic narrative?
From whose perspective?
We get it from the sources.
From whose perspective? Because from a Muslim, from a Muslim's perspective,
from all over. We can get we can get it from the non-Muslim sources. We can get it from the Muslim sources. We can get it from
because there is scholars in academia that do say
there is. Yeah,
there is, bro.
Multiple scholars that would say from academia that the Prophet Muhammad existed.
The ones that mainly say that he don't exist.
In fact, there's more than
Christian critiques or the people that you would trying to disprove something. I don't know, but
there is a difference between. I just want to let you guys know, yeah, there is a big difference between what scholars in academia accept as the historical Muhammad versus what Muslims believe to be Muhammad. Okay.
I agree with that.
It is very minuscule. It could be like 4 lines or 5 lines.
I can tell you what scholars say. They would say that they will affirm that He claimed to be a prophet. He moved from Mecca to Medina. He established a community who believed that he received some type of revelation, and he died around. He died, and then his followers went on to form the Arab Empire.
That is the standard Islamic narrative, bro. As well.
Yeah.
And the scholars do use that, academia do use that canon.
So I'm struggling to understand where, I don't know.
Okay. On that note, we've been here for 5 hours.
Yeah, it's long.
Yeah, 5 hours. Very long stream. It's the longest stream. As I said, I've put in my work. Okay. And if you don't see me, you just know that I put in my work. I have satisfied
people. Don't worry,
I have satisfied the community.
Allahu Akbar.
I have satisfied the community by giving you guys my time.
No, it was good, man. Good, man. Appreciate your time coming, man.
And yeah, I may be missing for a few weeks. But yeah. And for you guys who are tuned in right now, if you have enjoyed the show, hit us up with some likes. Hit us up with some likes.
Yo, like, subscribe. You know the thing, man.
And drop us a little super chat so we know that you actually what's the word? Like you really enjoy the show instead of just talking that you enjoy the show. Really let us know that you enjoy the show. Let's see quickly. You're working double shift today. I left my stream and came back. Jeez. Yeah, for real. We've been going in, man. Oh, sugar. All this time. There you go. Medu Sinem Secha. He says, oh, man. The Western Hemisphere in the building. Liberation paramount. There you go. Hitting us up with a super chat for $20 US. Jeez, I can hear Fox going crazy out there. But yeah, you guys have been tuned in for a long time. I've done as much as I can do. I'm tired right now, so I don't have any much more in me. And I can't wait for my brothers. I'm waiting for my brothers to come back to me and provide evidence towards their historical king, Ethiopian king. I can't wait for that. And I can't wait for them to launch an argument to debunk my Ethiopian king thesis. This is going to be awesome. I am happy that my brothers are actually, pulling up historical information now. They're getting in line with the historical methodology. So, in the future, we're going to have some really great conversations. But for now, I'm signing out. Peace and love to you all. And I will catch you guys on another one. Oh, man. We out, baby. Young Cali, baby.